It's a Wednesday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
64 degrees right now. Going to get up into the low 80s. It is a beautiful day in Rochester, New York. Sun.
Nice.
And, 82 compared to what we've been dealing with.
Yeah.
Not bad at all. Your 4th of July forecast could not look better.
It's perfect.
High of 76. Sunny all day long, fireworks galore, which we're going to talk about in a little while here. But before we get there.
What happened?
All right. We got, how do I put this? Somebody got the drop on us yesterday.
Oh.
And I've been thinking about this since it happened.
What happened?
It's bothering me. So we have a new big boss.
Oh, yeah.
Big boss.
Big boss man.
Yeah, you got it. And we have never met this guy before. And yesterday, he was coming into town, and he was going to meet everybody at a lunch at 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Right? So when you get a new boss, there are a couple of things you want to do.
Okay.
Right? You got to balance that walk of suck ass versus not being a douchebag. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, don't be too obvious.
You got it. Like, you don't want to go all the way into the whole, like, ooh, you're so cool. Tell me about your life. But you don't want to go like the opposite way. Like, I'm too cool for this. This man. You got to walk that fine line.
Yeah.
All right? So you prepare all morning for this opportunity to meet this person whose career is in their hands.
Yeah.
Probably
right.
have already had the conversation in your head
Probably.
at this point.
A little rehearsal.
There you go. Yeah. And I think everyone does that, right?
Yeah.
So yesterday, just after 9:30, I go out to use the bathroom. I come in. New boss is in the room.
He's already.
Yeah.
He just walked in.
Yeah.
We're on break.
Strolled in.
And I don't know what this guy looks like. I'm not even sure it's him, but I'm assuming.
Yeah.
You kind of look like that guy.
I mean,
or you look like you could be that guy.
His shirt was tucked in, so we knew he wasn't one of us.
Yeah, he had boss
That's
man
true.
outfit.
Yeah.
But, like, he got the jump on us.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
he walked in, and I'm sure the idea behind it was to be like, hey, I want to meet you guys, like, in an intimate setting real quick, which I can appreciate as a boss. But, like, I'm not prepared for this.
No.
But,
I looked up, and he was just in the room.
And, like, you know what? You look like the worst person in
Well,
the
thank
world
you.
sitting in that chair.
Why?
Well, like, there's something about, like,
Privilege?
no, it's not so much that.
Arrogance?
You look like a child.
Well, I'm small.
No, I know.
And it's a pretty big chair.
No, look, it's not your fault. But, like, it's
Like the back of the chair should say, "Welcome to Cocoa Beach." Look at me, I'm on vacation. So yeah,
I'm just saying, like, you don't exude confidence and professionalism sitting in that chair like that. So, like, the first image this new big
At
boss
least
has
he
of
didn't
you.
have his feet kicked up like in the whatever it's called.
the recliner.
Thank you.
Yes, because it's a recliner, and I don't put the feet up.
Yeah,
Yes. Yeah.
that's why we do it.
'Cause
I don't fully lazy boy.
It would have been even more awkward too because it's an electric one, so you would have had to slowly put it
Give me a
back
second.
down. Yeah.
But I
like-
think I'm older than him too.
Bro, you're older than everybody.
Pretty much.
Who's left in this business that you're not older than?
One guy across the street.
And I'm not even sure about that.
Me too.
But the more uncomfortable part is, like, he walked in and you guys were in here.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So you guys are already having a conversation. I walk in the room and I just see the back of some guy's head
Right.
as I'm walking in. And I'm like, who's this guy? And I realize as soon as I see his face, I'm like, oh. So, like, you guys are big conversation. And the only thing I could think to say was like, oh, I'm sorry. And he's like, what are you sorry about?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing here.
What are you sorry about, punk?
And real nice guy.
He was really charming.
Seems like a good dude. Well, calm down over there.
No, he's mellow.
He's
He was
very
cool.
charming. Dynamite.
Well, he didn't come in like all, big boss man stuff. Like he was gonna it wasn't like he was gonna do some like prepared speech.
Sure.
It was just casual.
No, absolutely. But that was unsettling to me.
Why?
I don't know.
Because you weren't
Like
prepared.
I was not ready for.
I had prepared notes. I'd like to get to them.
Well, it's not even prepared.
Well, you wanted to get to him first.
Yes. I want the power of walking into a room knowing you're going to be there.
Yes.
And he took that power away
Yes.
from me.
I mean, probably that's why he did it, right?
Well,
Just
you-
to kind of like surprise you.
I don't know. You think that's what it was? You think it was a plan?
Well, I mean, he didn't have to. We were going to meet him at lunch, so
Well, you might have wanted come down and see us in our element.
Yeah,
Coming down to your level.
yeah.
No, I didn't think that he did it like planned, like it was like a mind F move. I thought he was just being a nice guy.
I couldn't tell you. First time I met the dude. Who
Whoa,
knows?
Whoa. You're telling me he was trying to catch us off
Maybe,
guard?
sorry, maybe.
See what the real sitch is. All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What vibe should you be giving off when you meet that boss for the first time? Because there's a couple of lanes you can go.
Okay.
You can play it off like you're that super professional. Yes, sir. No, this is what we do. And you can play it laid back, right? Like, yeah, hey, this is us. Take it or leave it. That's what we do here. Or you can lay the foundation of we do it our way. Not like straight out and be like, ugh.
Don't mess with this.
Exactly. That subtle, hey, man, we've been here. You haven't been here. We get it. You don't.
Yeah, but no boss wants to hear that.
I mean, I think there are bosses that appreciate independent workers because it's less work they have to do.
Yeah, but you're also kind of pushing them off. I don't know.
No, I mean,
Or,
look,
like,
it's a
really-
delicate dance.
Yeah, but you're also like being honest about how like your daily routine goes, how you like it to flow.
This is how I do it.
Yeah.
You stick your thumbs in it. I'm going to stick my thumb in your eye. Say
Yeah, bosses love that.
right to your new boss.
My eye.
Say my thumb right in your eyeball.
My first day and I've lost my eye.
The funniest thing is, it was obvious that Tommy also did not have a plan when I walked in.
I forgot.
No,
I
neither of
completely
us
forgot
did.
we were meeting him. Anyway,
I wouldn't have said that into a live microphone.
no, I just forget. Well, I'm old, man. What do you want from me?
He's a very forgettable man. What can I say?
No, I've forgotten. And, oh, yeah, new guy.
It was very funny because there was a lunch after the show.
Yeah, like a get-together.
Yep. And I guess I became the lone elected person that was going to go to the lunch.
But you didn't go there willingly.
No, I didn't. I got guilted.
You did. You were planning on bailing.
I was going to leave.
You got
and then,
sucked back in.
Yep, somebody in the building guilted me into staying.
As
Could have warned you about that one.
I feel like
She
most
guilted
of
me into buying her a house and a dog.
Yeah, but
And guess what? I got stuck with both of them.
I do feel like most of the time when I show up to stuff, it's because I accidentally run into somebody I didn't mean to before I was
Yeah.
about to leave. Oh yeah, I'm heading that way now. Actually, it's funny
They're
you
like
say
they're
that.
like human detour signs.
No, but it's funny, though. She's like, you should stay. And I'm like, I'm not gonna. And then she just laid the guilt trip on, and I just was like, fine, to get her to stop talking.
Yeah, I know.
Like, fine. Now I get it. Now I get it after all
See?
these years of hearing stuff. But it was funny to look around the room because, like, we have a big conference room.
Yeah.
There's like 12 people sitting around a big table. There's like another 10 that are like sitting on benches along the walls and stuff. And it was almost like, how they have like in those old cartoons, it's like people in a waiting room like auditioning for like an opera. And
Yeah,
it's like
yeah,
everyone's
yeah.
doing like, la, 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 la. That's what that was. Like everyone is like testing out their little jokes and anecdotes on each other that I know they're going to try and do when this
Yes.
new boss walks in. It's brutal, man.
It's the worst.
And it's funny because like we have different, most places have different levels of employees.
Yeah.
Right? So like we have the on-air folks, which we are the bottom rung of society in this building. We've got our sales people. We have like our middle management people. We have like our on-air management people. We have like our business management people, right? So like the different ways that everyone were presenting themselves, you could tell who did what job based on things as simple as how they were sitting, how proper they were talking.
Yeah.
There was lunch, how they were eating.
Yeah, true.
It's like he was a little late.
It goes from refined to slouch.
Yes. But here's the thing, man. I know those salespeople and the managers, you're not refined either.
No.
You're slouches. You're just trying to hide the slouch.
But they know how to turn it on and off.
Okay. Is that a good thing?
Well, yeah, because when you get to our level, it's just slouch. There's no upper slouch.
You could not look more slouch than you do in that chair right now.
Yeah, because it's a slouching chair.
It was also funny. So we got lunch. It was very nice
Yeah.
of the company to buy lunch for us yesterday. And the guy was a little late.
Yeah.
He was like 20 minutes late, 25 minutes late. And none of the salespeople were even acknowledging the food that was sitting in the room waiting.
Oh, like nobody wanted to be the first to dive in.
Well, no, nobody in a collared shirt wanted to be the first to dive in. Literally every single on-air person.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Can we? So
Like
finally,
we only show up to meetings if we're promised some type of food or beverage.
but finally, someone who will remain nameless that may or may not work on the country station, who's like, I'm just gonna eat.
That's
Kind of with them.
That's that country station, man. They see vittles, they go for it. I mean, here's the thing though. Like, if you say there's a lunch at 11 o'clock,
Yeah.
and the food's sitting there, eat. It's at 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not going to get pissed.
I don't know, man. I don't want to be like mowing a sandwich
It
when he
is
walks in the
weird.
room for the first time.
And people don't want to touch the food.
I would not. I did not touch the food.
And I'm surprised though after one person did it.
Yeah, then it's a
everybody
hot-
Oh, no,
else
it
didn't
did.
dive. Oh, okay.
But it was
like a
only the
domino.
on-air people. Like once the person who may or may not work for the beat took that first item of
Yeah.
food, all the other on-air people were like, "Free food, nom 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 nom." But I don't want a mouthful of roast beef when I meet this guy.
Yeah,
No.
Nah.
Thanks for the sandwich. I'm a hard worker.
Oh.
I mean, are we overthinking this? Do people
Yes.
that normally have this Inner monologue?
Of course we're overthinking it, man.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what people go through when they got to meet the
this guy does this all the time, right? So, I mean, he knows the score.
But you only have one first impression.
True.
He knows the score.
He does. This is what he does for a living.
There he is. He knows the score.
Big boss man.
You're
boss with the hot sauce.
You're talking like middle management. The guy's not even in the room right now. No, man. I mean, you get one first impression.
Yeah.
Right?
True.
You remember the first time you have met every single person in your life. And the last thing I want is, mouth full of roast beef, foot up on a table, me walking in, having not washed my hands after just taking a leak.
And shaking his hand.
Hey, nice to meet you. What am I going to do? He stuck his hand out. Now I got the power.
Yes.
You touch my unwashed hand.
But you can't oversell it. You know what I mean?
Explain.
You don't overdo it.
Yeah, because now you've set the expectation up here, and you're just going to be a slouch the rest of the time.
All right,
so you're a disappointment in his eyes.
Okay, so that's a good idea, right? Like, set reasonable expectations.
Don't be too much of a different person.
But I think there are levels, like the higher the management, the more you can overdo it.
Oh, yeah.
Like, for example, we have a direct boss who is listening to our show every day.
Yeah.
That guy knows we're bums. And that's okay because he's cool. Right? And then we have someone else in the building that'll like punch in and listen every once in a while, come down and say hi every once in a while, and that's fine. Like this guy we're not going to see on a daily basis, right? So he's not going to really...
He's an out-of-town dude.
Exactly. We're not going to... He's not going to know what bums we are. So I think it's fair, Kimmy, in that situation to oversell yourself. Because he's not going to know that we actually suck.
Well, but I guess when it comes to meeting this person for the first time, you don't really know how involved they're going to be. Like they could be somebody that you see like once a year, or they could want to, involve themselves a little more. So I guess you don't really know.
And I think it's when you meet a boss, it depends how intense he is.
Okay.
You're going to probably adjust, right? Like a guy comes in like he's really focused. You know what I mean? He's like dialed in, dude, wrapped a little too tight.
Sure.
That's going to tighten you up a little bit. You know what I mean?
I agree.
And you start like getting off your game.
I agree with you. What's funny is I've known you a very long time. We have had several different bosses together.
Yeah.
I have never seen you once change your approach to any management based on whether they were wound tight, laid back. Like you're sitting here, you got to change your approach. You're always just like, dirty joke, throw a tester out there and see what he does. Because I saw that too yesterday, man. You threw that tester out there. Got a chick rubbing herself under my knees. I don't know. Oh, I'm fired. Okay. Have a good rest of the day. Nice to meet you, sir. 252 WCMF. We met our new big boss yesterday for the first time.
Yeah.
And he surprised us. We were supposed to have a meeting at 11 o'clock with everybody in the staff. He walked in the studio at 9:30. Nobody was ready.
No.
We were all thrown off. Nice guy.
Yeah.
But, it's that panic of like, oh, my God. First impression.
Yeah.
Mary's on CMF. Hey, Mary, how are you?
How are you?
Oh,
we were taken over by a corporation that has like 1,000 labs all over the world, and the CEO came in to meet everybody, and I was busy, really busy, and he came over and he was like, wanted to shake my hand. I had plaster on my hands, and I'm like, I sort of gave him my elbow, and I showed him like, I have to get back to work. Goodbye. And he said, okay.
But that feels like that's a good first impression. Like, I am working very hard for you. I don't even have time for your bum ass.
Exactly. But I'm busy.
I get it. I mean, Mary, picture. Thanks for the call, Mary. Have a good rest of the day. Like, no, I think that being too busy to talk to the new boss is a good thing. No?
I guess.
That's what he wants you to do.
It's not the worst, yeah. Because you are showing that
you're doing your job.
Yeah,
all
you're in the middle of something.
And that's what makes yesterday even more uncomfortable because, like, during commercial breaks, we don't do a damn thing.
We're just chilling.
We literally just sit here and stare at each other.
Oh, we're just telling dirty stories.
But that's what I mean. Like, you can't even look busy in a commercial break.
No.
Like, he comes in. You want a beer? You got some over here.
Have you ever seen somebody when they're meeting like a new boss or supervisor, like be a little bit too honest about how things run? Like they'll like kind of drop hints like
problems.
Or like we don't really need this, or this person or this department isn't really pulling their weight. Like they won't outright say it, but they kind of like hint at things that they see as wrong because they just want it to be known to this boss that like this person was harder than this person. But I have seen people do that where I'm like, why are you telling them that right now?
It's because it's the last thing that guy wants to hear right now.
And it does feel like you're putting a target on your own back when you do.
And you're also kind of telling him how to do his job.
Exactly.
Like he can't figure this out.
Exactly. But I don't know. People feel like they either A, I want to get this fixed with this new person, or maybe
Yeah.
they'll see me as some kind of leadership person.
Or I'm a huge narc. I'll be your eyes and ears, man.
But we've seen huge narcs get promoted.
Oh yeah,
That's true.
number one.
I've seen it at every job I've ever had.
Yeah. All right. So I guess what we've learned here is nothing.
No,
We don't know how to do
no,
it.
we don't.
And if we are not here tomorrow, well, that means things didn't go well with the
We
dude.
blew it, baby.
We got a dynamite. Thanks for everything you guys have ever done
Yeah.
for us. Break room for you this morning here on CMF. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Hate.
Yep. Hate Mail of the Week coming at you just after 8 o'clock. We discovered, surprisingly,
Yeah.
2 weeks ago that in the state of New York, it is 100% legal to take roadkill off the side of the road.
Yeah.
And
Enjoy.
You need like permits and stuff, and we'll touch up on that story again when we talk about it at 8 o'clock. But you started judging the hell out of people.
Yeah, it's gross.
Despite the fact that several folks called up and defended their position.
It's
Folks-
low. It's low. It's low chow.
Well, one man that heard that break
Yeah.
was deeply offended about what you thought of those people. And he believes that this law that you think goes too far,
Yeah.
maybe doesn't go far enough.
Really?
And we'll get to that. Hate Mail of the Week just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
What's going on?
4th of July is on Friday, right? And the thing to do is to go catch fireworks.
Yeah.
In fact, you have plenty of places across the greater Rochester area to go watch fireworks on Friday.
Yeah.
Maybe too many places
Oh.
to go watch fireworks. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. 4th of July on Friday, Tommy.
Yeah, buddy.
4th of July, you think freedom, hot dogs, and fireworks. And if you're into fireworks, there are plenty of legal-ass, regular, standard fireworks shows to watch across the greater Rochester area.
Okay.
In fact, I think you can maybe make an argument there's too many legal, regular-ass fireworks shows to watch across the greater Rochester area.
So how did we get so many all of a sudden?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45. Everyone's looking to save money these days.
Yeah.
But this doesn't look like a money-saving effort. It feels more chintz.
Oh.
Because even before the economy started to take a nosedive, there was a change. The winds of change had blown. And when you see two generations that don't agree on anything, agree on this,
Ooh.
if you work in this industry, there might be some problems. But we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So if you are looking to watch fireworks on Friday night in the greater Rochester area, you are in luck.
Oh, great.
So obviously the city of Rochester does theirs. That starts 10 p.m. on Friday night. Brighton, Irondequoit, the town of Greece, the town of Henrietta, the city of Canandaigua, and the town of Farmington all have fireworks shows planned on Friday night. On top of that, the Rochester Red Wings, who will be playing on Friday, the 4th of July, they have their biggest fireworks display of the year after the game, whenever that happens. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 options for fireworks in the greater Rochester area on Friday night. We have too many fireworks displays.
Yeah, I feel like there's even more than that.
I always figured every town had
Yeah.
it to some degree.
Why?
I don't know.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's take Canandaigua and Farmington out of it. There are ways away.
Yeah.
See that stuff. 4 towns in all 4 corners of the county and the city and the Red Wings could have their fireworks all going off at the same time.
And they probably will, or close.
Right? Okay. Is having a 4th of July fireworks show for your town like the town dong measuring contest?
I think so.
Yeah, but yes and no, because you're only going to attend once. You don't really know what's going on down the street.
Okay,
you know?
I mean, like, the fact that these towns that have them get to say, we have a fireworks show, look at what we have, check out.
We have money.
Exactly, because these things cost anywhere between $10,000 and $20,000. At least that's what they used to cost. I don't know what it is with the tariffs now. We had that story the other day. I mean, you are spending a significant amount of money
for just to blow crap up in the sky.
When, like, down the street, someone else is doing the same thing.
Yeah.
And there are people that will leave their town that have fireworks shows to go to a town that they believe have better fireworks shows.
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't travel.
Like, when I grew up in Gates.
There are, I know some firework enthusiasts
that
would argue there's a difference,
Yeah.
Because they used to do them up on Charlotte to music out on the lake.
They don't do that anymore?
I don't think so. I mean, they had the RPO out there one year doing all that stuff.
Was that for 4th of July?
I think so.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, are you a minor league town if you don't have a fireworks show?
Well, you do look chintz.
Oh, so Pittsford's chintz?
Yeah, they don't spend.
What do you mean they don't spend? You got 9 gazebos, man.
So the only time I hear fireworks in my town is when somebody's getting married at Oak Hill. Because all of a sudden, in a random night, Saturday night, all of a sudden these fireworks go off, and they're loud and they're long.
So for those who don't know, that is part of the packages of Oak Hill Weddings.
Yeah.
And there is a website that the village and town of Pittsford have that alerts people when those fireworks weddings will be happening. Yeah. It's hilarious.
Just so people don't start calling the police.
Or if you have issues where you can't deal with fireworks, maybe you find a place to go. I don't know.
Yeah, your dog's flipping out.
Exactly, all these things. I don't know, man. Like, it is surprising. Because, like, the towns that are having the fireworks, they're all big towns. Greece is a big town. Yeah. Henrietta's a big town. Irondequoit's a big town. Brighton touches every town. But none of the, like, super affluent towns have fireworks. Pittsford, Penfield, Fairport, Parrington. I mean,
they don't want to spend.
Okay, is that what it is?
They're cheap.
There's got to be another reason.
The people that have money don't spend it.
Bro,
they spend it on the things that they think are cool.
You got a clock tower in the middle of your town.
Right.
That's completely...
They think that's cool.
No, but I'm saying, like, that looks like it's expensive. Don't tell me you guys don't spend.
No, but I think, I will say this. I think there's an element of people that think it's trash.
The fireworks?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it because you think fireworks are trash?
No, I like fireworks. I do. I don't like the mess.
And
the burn marks on the grass.
Yeah, the cleanup afterwards. Or, Is that what they're worried about?
Kimmy, you grew up in Hilton.
Yes.
They do not have a fireworks display.
No, but they do in, like, North Greece. Like, that would, I mean, I remember everybody that lived, like, within the whole area riding their bikes to some of the, like, I don't know if they still do it, but they used to do it at like Grace and Truth Park.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about in North Greece?
Yep.
And that was like a big one that everybody would flock to from where I lived.
Plus, they had all the grace and the truth.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, unless you can't handle the truth, in which case that's not a place to be. 252 WCMF. Friday night, there will be 7 fireworks shows across the greater Rochester area in towns that are like touching towns that are also doing fireworks. City of Rochester, Brighton, Irondequoit, Town of Greece, Henrietta, Canandaigua, Farmington, and the Rochester Red Wings, when their game is over, do their biggest fireworks display of the season. Instagram messages coming in. Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. Phil writes us, there's a guy I know that does the Red Wings game on the 4th and sits on the first baseline so we can catch the fireworks the Wings put on, and if the game is timed right, the city fireworks happening at the same time.
What a lucky bastard.
That's pretty cool.
I mean, is it? It's not, though.
Kind of cool.
Okay, Kimmy, if you met a man.
Yeah, a grown-ass man.
Okay.
What are you doing 4th of July? Well, I got first baseline seats of the Red Wings, so I can watch double fireworks. It's like an explosion times 2.
You got to have like at least the excuse of having kids to for that to be cool.
I will say, like when you're little, this is like the coolest thing ever.
Well, yeah.
I remember I was at a Red Wings game on the 4th of July when I was a kid, and the game must have gone long. It was taking a while because you could watch the city's fireworks were happening while the game was playing.
Oh, all right.
So it was like watching the Sandlot in real life.
All right.
That was fun.
Sure, but that's a little kid thing.
So like the people that don't have towns that do fireworks, like do folks,
Sad towns.
Do people in Spencerport feel less of a person this morning?
They probably just go somewhere they probably go to a town to watch them.
I get it, but your town in Spencerport, East Rochester, Gates, you're not doing the fireworks.
Yeah, but you might have the neighborhood jackwad
too.
firing them things off out of a bucket, you know what I mean?
Okay, but that's not good.
No, but it's good enough.
No, I mean, it's not good, end of sentence. Not like it's not a good fireworks show. Like, you shouldn't be lighting off illegal fireworks.
But that could happen.
Well, but are there, like in those other towns, though, is there somebody else doing the fireworks that, like, it's not a town thing, it's like a private business or something putting them on?
How many people do that?
I don't know.
Just making stuff up.
No, I think
Dunkin' Donuts doing fireworks.
not Dunkin' Donuts, but like, don't some like the parks do it or?
Parks are owned by the town, right?
I think.
I don't know. Like some of the churches and stuff.
Church fireworks.
Church fireworks.
But that makes sense.
Okay, so you're thinking of the town of Greece. There was a church in Greece.
I just remember as a kid there were a couple big fireworks shows in the town. I guess I don't really know who was putting them on.
If I remember correctly, and if anyone wants to correct me, 252 WCMF, that in Greece when that church was doing them, they were doing them because there was like a stretch of time where the town of Greece stopped doing fireworks shows.
Oh, okay.
So this church.
So the church picked it up.
Yeah.
Where did they get in their bank? I thought the churches were going bad.
It's not like the church. It's like one of them. Like you can wear a T-shirt and cargo shorts.
Oh, the cool new church.
Oh yeah, depending on what you're into.
Yeah, you get just
church light.
Church.
Yeah, I get you.
All right, you bring up an interesting point here because you say the towns that don't have fireworks, so probably, as you put it, some jackwad shooting fireworks out of a bucket in a neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
All right, maybe we then don't have enough fireworks display because I would argue if you live in a town that has a fireworks display on the 4th of July, you are less likely to go buy illegal fireworks and set them off yourself.
Well, I would that would make sense, but
I'm just
or you do both.
But like
after those big town fireworks are over, you still hear people shooting off fireworks late into the night. So I just assume those are ones that they bought just to have for themselves.
Fair enough, Kimmy. But can we agree that the amateur fireworks dad, he's putting on this show to look cool in the neighborhood?
Yeah.
It's much harder to look cool when a professional company has just put on a legitimate fireworks show.
Yeah, true.
It's like taking out your tiny weenie and showing it to everybody, which we also do not recommend on the 4th.
Yeah, keep it in the pants.
So I think you can make an argument that every town that has legitimate fireworks shows will have fewer amateur fireworks shooter offers.
Well, I know like all the lakes, I think do fireworks.
Anybody who lives on the water, you're going to get a show.
Are they professional or are they?
Well, I thought they do, and then people shoot them right off their docks.
Okay.
So I think you get kind of a mix there.
I mean, I was up in Canandaigua a couple of years ago.
They do one.
Yeah,
it's got to be spectacular, man.
That's the first word I thought of. Spectacular.
Yeah, well, over the lake, it's got to be pretty cool.
I looked at my wife, Kimmy, and I said, "This is spectacular."
Don't they do it like on the lake, on the water?
It was over the water. Yeah,
that's like a barge.
It was off of it was off a Spectacular barge.
Oh, they brought it out?
Spectacular? I can't remember the last time I heard someone say the word.
Especially you.
Spectacular.
I would say lake fireworks are the best fireworks.
Okay, yeah.
That's fair.
By far.
No, that's fair.
Blowing them up over some grimy ass city.
What do you? It's not like the city of Rochester has a choice where they could blow them up.
No, but it's like...
and don't they do them over the river?
They do them over the river.
Yeah, grimy-ass river.
Near the bridge.
Like Satan's Crack.
Satan's Crack. What lake do you suggest the city of Rochester fires them over?
How about the big one at the end of the town?
One you can't see from the city.
Exactly. You can't
People
see
could go down to the shore and have
People
a nice
go
evening.
down to the shore.
Play a little volleyball and have a hot dog.
It'll be spectacular.
Maybe the RPO will be out there.
You know, you got to wonder. Rochester, the community that we are, I can't imagine there are too many companies in a city our size that put on fireworks shows. Like for the towns that don't have fireworks, do they not have them because they simply run out of companies that are able to put on these shows?
Oh, like there is not enough of these pros?
Well,
It could be.
I assume that it's pros putting on these town fireworks shows. Like it's not like the assistant highway director and his cousin Bob, right?
Oh, they seem pretty professional.
I think you've got to be licensed. Maybe. I mean, to get like professional fireworks, those are companies.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, I would like to think that, but...
Or you think the firemen could just do them themselves?
I didn't say fireman. I said assistant highway director.
Well, I figured it'd be
He's
like
out there
the
in
town.
the barn with the TV. No, I don't know.
Give me in the town shed.
Because, like, I mean, it is possible that there's only...
The town guys that do the plowing and all that stuff?
No, I'm saying, like, there's 3 companies that have enough for 7 shows on the 4th of July.
Maybe the companies don't all run them, but they come set them up and they kind of show you how to, like,
that doesn't
set 'em
sound
up.
good.
Yeah, you're putting a lot of faith in people there. Yeah.
Are we running out of old Italian men to do this?
Are old Italian men into fireworks?
Well, those companies were all like old. Those were Italian companies.
Is that why all your hairlines look like that?
Yeah.
Ah, you get big. Shut up!
Yeah.
Took a bottle. Took a bottle rocket.
Yeah, no hair.
Shut up! You get mad. It was not a spectacular way to start that sentence. I'll tell you that. By the way, Katie is writing us. Thank you, Katie, saving lives here. Farmington fireworks are on Thursday. Canandaigua's fireworks.
And it's so.
Right.
I mean, like, why is Farmington doing it right next to Canandaigua?
Different days.
Well, maybe that's why they do it.
But I mean, like those 2 towns, one should just do it and not do the other one.
Okay, well, what do you want from me? They're doing it on a different day. So she says Farmington 7-3, Canandaigua 7-5. The DNC has them both on the 4th of July. So I don't know, Katie or the DNC. You believe who you want.
Yeah.
Adam brings up an interesting point. If it is like the companies that do fireworks and you're running out of things, he says drone shows are an up and coming thing, always an option.
Ooh.
Have you seen these?
So it's where they create like
Stuff in the sky.
pictures out of these drones.
Yeah.
It's not the same thing.
It kind of looks cool though.
I've been for a minute.
No, they do different pictures. They move into.
Yeah.
Different
I
things.
know.
And it'll like move to the.
But it's like
music.
art. I don't want to sit down and look at like.
How is that much
floating
different
art.
than fireworks?
Well, fireworks are spectacular.
Will you stop saying spectacular?
You know, a drone thing is, oh, look, it's Lincoln's face.
Yeah, kind of cool.
Now
In the
it's,
sky.
now it's a Mickey Mouse.
Hey, let's celebrate America. I don't want Lincoln's face. I want explosions.
Yes.
No, man. Look,
I'm
I've
so
seen.
done with Lincoln. Come
I am
on,
down
man.
to switch it up with the drone show. I want to see what it's like. See
Yeah.
if I like it
Go
better.
to China. They do it every night.
Wait, China invented fireworks.
They also invented those drone shows.
No, I'm just saying. I've seen 100 fireworks shows. I could sit
All
down
right.
for one drone show. Why are you so lame?
I don't know. I want to hear fireworks.
Okay.
I want to see some art.
It's not art.
It is. It's art. They create like art in the sky.
I would argue that the men who put on these fireworks shows also creating art.
Well, I said it's spectacular.
Maybe you're going to go out. Well, you're probably not going out for the 4th of July. You're cooking at home, right?
Yeah.
But if you plan on going to a restaurant at any time in the next couple of weeks, you have an obligation.
So do I.
Well, you have an obligation to treat the folks that serve you with respect.
Well, you should always do that.
And when the meal is all said and done, you take care of them.
Yes.
That is becoming an increasing problem in this country because annually they take this poll. And over the last couple of years, this poll has become grimmer and grimmer and more grim.
It's about to get worse.
And the big issue in this study is not what people are willing to do and how angry they are about having to do it. It's that 2 generations that never agree on anything for some reason agree on this. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. We're losing the battle.
What happened?
The decent, good people of America who know how important it is to leave a little extra for the hard work.
Yes.
They're shrinking.
Yep.
And it does seem like it's just a matter of time before this starts to really go away. Because when you have these two generations that don't agree on anything, getting together on this, you got some serious problems. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. Get ready to hear people get upset.
What happened?
There is a new proposal coming from the top of the state of New York. And they are proposing that police departments across the state of New York, sheriff's departments, should be banned from doing this.
The cops should
Yes,
be
the cops should be banned from doing this. And the argument from the state is it makes people on the road a hell of a lot safer, that there are other ways about you can go other ways about let me try this again. There are other ways to get this done.
Okay.
Without putting people in danger. Cops don't like it. Union don't like it.
Well,
folks don't like it. But there's an interesting argument to be made.
Okay.
And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah, buddy.
Over 60% of Americans say they harbor, quote, negative feelings about tipping.
So they don't feel that the waiter or waitress is worth it?
Okay, so that's a good question. The way that the question was posed in this poll is how do you feel about tipping? And now the majority of Americans, over 6 in 10, say they have negative feelings about tipping.
They don't want to tip.
They don't, I guess, they don't want to tip.
Yeah.
By the way, that is up 5% compared to last year, and it's the highest number it's been in the history of taking this poll over the last, 20
yeah.
years.
History of tips.
I would guess it's because you're being asked to tip more would be my assumption on that, just because there may have been things that before you didn't think to tip or it wasn't as encouraged maybe, especially if it's like counter service.
So Kimmy brings up one thing. Folks are less upset, but still upset, about having to pay for table service tips. They are more upset about the line tips, where you go down a line, get your food made, they flip the iPad around, and they ask you to tip.
Because usually that's the first thing you do. They give you the amount you can tip or no thank you, right?
Yeah.
Then you can proceed to pay.
But they can totally see what you do.
And everybody behind you can see, too.
Absolutely. So there is a lot
It's a
of pressure.
chinsometer.
Chinsometer. So here's where it starts to get alarming.
What?
There are two generations of people, according to this study, that agree tipping is not only out of control, but it is terrible. The two generations that have the biggest issues with tipping are Gen Z and baby boomers.
So me and what's his year?
Skipped a few, huh?
Younger than Kimmy. There's nobody in the building that's Gen Z.
So punk ass.
Your kids, are they Gen Z?
No, I think they're Gen Alpha.
Oh, okay.
I think.
So these are like
20
grown ass
somethings.
baby people.
College kids.
Yeah.
Grown ass baby people.
Yeah. That definitely makes sense.
Why does that make sense?
Well, for my generation, for sure.
Why is that?
Because we're cheap. And I work hard, I retire, I'm on a fixed income, all the Medicaid, cutting everything.
You voted to cut it. Everyone voted to cut it.
I didn't want to cut mine. Get the other guys. And kids, they don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, because you're just new to this.
All right, do you not know, or do they not have the money?
Or maybe your parents didn't teach you, right? But how you do.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Look
your
at you.
parents...
Blame the parents. What happened to the American family?
Yeah,
where's my Medicaid?
I would argue, though, that you wouldn't come from your parents if you were Gen Z, because your parents wouldn't be boomers. That would be like your grandparents.
Exactly. Yeah. Millennials and Gen X are the most cool on tipping, according to the study. Now, I do want to be clear. Although baby boomers and Gen Z agree that their level of tipping, they hate it, the same. Baby boomers are still tipping standard. Mm-hmm. They don't like it, but they'll do it. Gen Z, not so much.
Okay.
They are lowering their tip percent.
So across the board, it's taking a hit.
Yes. And here's where it gets interesting.
What's that?
Because there are two ways to look at this. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy, you hear this, and you may think this is people just being cheap.
It is.
Chins.
Yeah.
Right? But there are folks who hate tipping who say that's not the case. They say they want companies to pay their employees an actual wage that they can live on instead of relying on customers to do it.
Okay, that's great.
And they argue that companies are skirting labor laws, relying on people like us to cover their salaries. And there is a valid argument there.
Okay.
In fact, 41% of people in this study said companies should be paying their employees to make up for tips.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Those same people, when asked if they'd be willing to pay more for goods and services to make up those tips, only 16% said they would.
There they go. Because they're full of it, man. That's not even the issue.
Well, I think...
they're trying to hide behind that.
I think the argument they're making is these companies that sell us stuff are making enough money now. You shouldn't have to raise the prices. You should be able to pay your employees what they're making and still make a profit.
But the prices are going to go up, especially on a mom and pop operation, right?
Yeah, but I don't know how much they're supposed to go up too, and that's part of it.
What do you mean by that?
Like, if they say they're going to increase prices to help their employees, well, I don't know how much that's supposed to look like. So if it's something shocking, I don't know if that's actually making a difference as a customer. So I may just opt to not go there at all.
Okay. We got Instagram messages coming in as we find out that people not happy with tipping when they go out is at the highest number it's ever been in American history. Ryan writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. And I'm going to say it in the voice I'm assuming he's saying it in.
Oh, yeah.
Tipping is insane. I'm not tipping at a self-serve frozen yogurt place. Oh, wait.
Self-serve yogurt place?
See, now you're coming around on it, too. The place where you pour your yogurt and you got one on Main Street in Pittsburgh.
Oh, Yo Lickety or whatever.
Well, that's not the one in Pittsburgh. But it's a similar business plan. I don't know, man. Like, folks are less upset, like we said, about having to pay for table service tips. They are more upset about the down-the-line tips. But they've also turned on bartenders as well.
How is that?
People do not believe that they should have to tip to have a beer opened or poured for them.
Then stay the F home, man.
So, for example.
So, I mean, bartending, you hustle.
Well, their argument is, you want to make me a drink, I'll tip you on that. If you pull a beer out of the fridge, turn the cap and hand it to me, why am I tipping you?
Man, that's cheap.
Yeah.
That is sad.
That's what they out here saying. And the numbers back it up. For sit-down restaurants, the average tip on a bill last year was around 15%.
That's low.
Yes. For bars, it was around 7%.
God damn.
Man.
So let me ask you this. If you go to Golden Corral.
Yeah.
And they bring over the water and all that stuff and set the table for you, right? And you go up, do your stuff.
Yeah.
Do you tip?
I always tip.
Yeah.
But a lot of people, I bet you don't.
Stuff.
No, look, I mean, I'm the wrong guy to ask, and I'm not trying to sound like holier than thou guy. I've had a lot of crappy jobs. So everywhere I go, I try to tip.
But I bet you those places, those people really suffer on the tips.
Yeah, but I don't know if they make tip wages. Well, I guess there isn't really tipped wages anymore. I mean, it's $15 minimum wage. Right. Which is also an argument people are making. You're now making $15 an hour. I shouldn't have to tip, which $15 an hour, 40 hours a week isn't enough to live as a human.
Can you tip at McDonald's?
I don't know.
I've never seen anybody tip at McDonald's.
I don't think they have the pad where they turn it around.
Well, but let's say you had a 10. You wanted to slip the kid a 10 for all his help.
I've never seen that happen.
Are they allowed to take it?
I don't know.
There are some places, like for example, if you go to Wegmans and you try and tip the helping hands, they will not take it. Right. Mm-hmm. Which nobody's gonna say nothing. Man.
Right.
Do they run like sting operations to try and catch people taking tips?
Undercover cart guy?
Well, think about it, man. Like, you would be the only reason you would not take that money is you were worried that the company you work for, was trying to like set you up.
Yeah.
Because like, look, man,
because everybody's dying to do that job.
I don't know, man.
Like, there's no to be the guy that gets the carts in this town. There's no good weather. It's either hotter than hell, freezing, or it's raining.
You're right. You're absolutely right. But
like 4 days a year, it's pleasant.
So if you look at these numbers, because they've done this study every year for like 2 decades.
Yeah.
The folks that have an issue with tipping are rising every year. Mm-hmm. It has been consistent since the early 2000s.
So why?
I don't know. You tell me.
I think people don't think they want to, it's not worth it.
Okay. But you're going out and using the services.
Right.
Yeah.
But why the hell am I work hard for my money.
I don't know, man.
Why am I giving it to you?
I mean, it does feel like we're just a couple of years away from the majority of Americans feeling comfortable stiffing on tips.
So then you go like Europe and Canada where they just put it in?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
like there's a service charge on there?
Well, like, look, once people start to figure out that they're, the folks that are doing it, tipping to avoid looking like massive dicks, once they start to figure out the people around them feel the same way they do, there's going to be a shift.
Right, but then you're going to start running out of servers.
And that's what's funny. You were going to say something.
Well, I was going to say, I wonder if the majority of people that feel that way about tips, about they don't want to tip or it's overwhelming. Like, are those people that have worked jobs where they rely on tips or had a job where they had to hustle for money? Like, I don't know which way it goes because I do know some people that they were waiter, waitress, and they're really harsh on servers,
but they're also
It goes the opposite way where they're like, even if this sucks, I'm still going to tip them because I know what it's like to feel stiff.
I always thought it was the second one just based on the jobs I had. Yeah. I've never known anybody that's worked those jobs that stiffs. But
so my aunt did it her whole life, and sweet woman, and she was queen stiff. And I told you the story before when her and my uncle would go out, and he'd drop, my uncle Ron would drop down on a bank. Mm-hmm. She would go, I'm going to use the bathroom. I'm going to meet you out at the car. She'd go back to the table and take some of the money off the table. Well, here's the thing. Put it in her own pocket.
Well, listen, what she had to do for your uncle, she deserved it.
Hey, Ron was a good guy.
Yeah, but you should be tipping on that. Tipping on the tip, bud.
No, but that's the worst, man.
Do women tip less than men?
Oh, yeah. Women are always shortchanged.
Yeah, it's amazing how you got no problem yelling this out loud while Kimmy's on the phone and can't hear you.
But I'm right. Well, listen, man, we saw it in the comedy business all the time. Nobody wanted to see a table full of women. They didn't want to wait on them because they knew they were going to get shorted.
Kimmy, do women tip less than men do on average, do you think?
That has not been my experience with the men in my life.
Oh, double old man wave. Triple old man wave. And a thumbs down. Multiple thumbs down. And he's doing the J.O. hand motion.
Yeah, the guys I know will take it down to the penny when it comes to the people I know.
Oh, okay.
I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus. But I will just always round up. I'm like, that seems right. But I know people that will do the math and will take that to exactly to 20% and no more, no less.
Okay.
So we had a girl on the show before. Mm-hmm. No tax on. She wouldn't tip on the drinks at the table or the tax.
Yeah.
Like she would calculate it down.
That seems like too much work.
Yeah, And
you're saving $1?
Yeah.
Right? $2?
Just to shaft somebody.
252 WCMF. We will wrap it up with Redneck. Hey, Redneck, how are you, buddy?
Morning, guys. How you doing today?
Good, man. What do you got?
So I tip all the time. I always tip the max when I go out, which isn't very often. I don't go out very often. But so my idea is if everybody has an issue tipping, isn't there some way where you could raise your menu price or something to include a $5 tip at the end of the meal where you're kind of hiding it from the customer, but not. You just raised your prices.
Well, that's what they do in Canada.
Automatically built in.
They do it in Europe. They just add a service fee on the bill.
And Redneck, look, we're seeing what happens when prices slightly rise at restaurants, fast food specifically, and people have stopped going out the way they have to the point where these restaurants are either shutting down locations or they're trying to come up with ways to get people to come back in. So I don't know. Redneck, I'm with you. I want to see these people get paid any way they can, but I bet these businesses are worried.
Yeah.
If they do that, they're going to lose business.
I don't think they'll lose a lot of business because everybody likes going out.
Except for you.
I don't know anybody who does.
Tip guy doesn't go out. Mr. Max Tip, but I stay home. But you're doing nobody any good.
I'm up at 3 o'clock every morning, Tommy, and I'm working till 6 o'clock every night. So
I got you, man.
He's working for the city.
Things are tough all over.
Oh, the city. Da, 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 da. Redneck, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
See ya.
Da, 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 da.
I'm a big tipper, man. Never go out. But if I did, woo, 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 woo.
All right, this is going to get some people angry.
Yeah.
All right, the state, some of the top folks in the state, have decided this is a bad idea for police departments to do. And here's the thing. There are already police departments in the state of New York that have this policy.
But the cops don't want to do this.
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
There is pushback from the state police union saying that this is necessary to keep the community safe.
All right.
And it seems that way because we've always had these. But, and I need everyone to listen.
Okay.
Right? Because we're going to have a conversation because I don't know what the right answer is here. With the technology that we now have in place in the greater Rochester area, there may be an argument that these aren't necessary anymore. And if they aren't necessary anymore, I think that there is a decent argument that we're safer because of it.
All right.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. it sounds counterproductive.
Okay.
Because we've always believed these existed for our safety.
Yeah.
But the numbers actually say the opposite. Because of that, the state is recommending a change. But, Tommy, just the suggestion of changing this is going to make people flip the F out. And it will also ruin one of the best kinds of movie genres.
Oh, my God.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7:25, 7:30. You know, with the 4th of July, we were talking about fireworks on Friday, your cookouts. People love to go to the beach on the 4th of July, too.
Oh, yeah.
And there are plenty of beaches to choose from in the greater Rochester area.
Hit the shore.
Unfortunately, only one of those beaches, and it's not even super close to us, showed up on this list in New York State.
Of what?
I'm going to tell you. The disrespect, the slap in the face, and maybe an opportunity for a local community that wants to step up. We'll get to it just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. Say goodbye to the police chase?
Oh. Well, I thought they kind of limited that now anyway.
Okay, so it goes on a department-by-department basis. Right? The New York State Attorney General, statewide, wants to ban high-speed police pursuits. And those are the ones where they are trying to catch a fleeing suspect that is also in a car. Doesn't matter how fast it can run, they can still drive after you with that. The Attorney General says that these chases are dangerous and they are putting innocent people along with the police officers at risk. For example, story in the Democrat and Chronicle says that between 2015 and 2020, 3 in 10 police car chases ended in a crash. Over the last 20 years, on average, a person a day dies in a police pursuit.
Wait. Every day?
This is over the last 20 years, on average, a person per day has died in a police pursuit.
God damn.
That's a lot, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
Now, this new policy, if it were to happen, would give clear guidelines on when to and when not to pursue. For example, if there is an imminent danger to public safety, you go after them.
Yeah.
You go get them. If it is a violent crime, you can chase. But outside of that, things like fleeing a traffic stop, a stolen car, other things of that nature, once the pursuit hits a certain miles per hour, the police department would have to shut it down based on this state mandate.
But they got those spikes they can lay down, right?
I don't know if that's only for certain situations.
The strip.
You would also have to know exactly where they're going.
Yeah.
Well,
you have to be like ready
he's
for
here.
it.
Go up there.
Okay. Like if you're on a long road.
You call ahead.
No, you idiot. If you're doing a police chase to the city of Rochester, you don't know where they're going.
All right.
For those who are unaware.
What about like on the highway?
This would include that, yes.
Because the highway is not less dangerous to chase them, though.
There's also,
I mean, the city's.
No, there's people on the highway, too.
Yeah, but the city's tough.
Fast.
So is the. Yeah, what?
And it looks way cooler from a helicopter.
Okay. So, Kimmy, going back to the story.
Okay.
For those who are unaware, the Rochester Police Department already has this policy. But right now, every department in the state uses their own rules. For example, the Irondequoit Police Department lets the police officers make their own call in the moment. And this is not official yet. It is just a proposal. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know what has to happen for this to be made official, if it has to be voted on, if the AG can just make a statement and say this is how we're going to do it. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Do we like this idea?
Shutting it down completely?
Well, the statewide, these are the rules. Shut it down at a certain speed.
No, because then you I can just go.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, how long are you going to let some jackass do that till he runs out of gas or loses control of the car?
Well, I mean, but the argument is, so there is data, too, that shows once you stop chasing, the speed decreases, the safety becomes higher.
But how do you get him? How do you catch him?
Valid question. Kimmy, do we like this idea?
I guess I kind of like the idea of letting the officer decide.
Okay.
In the moment.
So the way that it is now.
Kinda, yeah. I mean, that way, like as somebody who's stealing a car, let's say, I mean, you would know that if you just start to hit a max speed, that they're not going to follow you anymore. Like, I guess I wouldn't want people knowing that information.
So it's like Back to the Future, 88 miles an hour. All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF. The state police union does not like this idea. They said the report put out by the Attorney General was one-sided. It also failed to acknowledge that all fleeing suspects are breaking the law just by fleeing.
Yeah.
They also argue that officers that do chase use their expertise to balance several factors, including seriousness of the offense, their own personal safety, and the well-being of the general public.
Yeah, I mean, they're professional drivers.
That being said, several reports done over the last few years have shown one thing over and over. Like we just said, if you stop chasing, the driver slows down. Okay, so you're out on this idea.
I am pro chase.
You're pro police chase. Kimmy is out on this idea.
Open her up.
Kimmy's out on this idea. She wants. Okay.
Right.
I do have a question.
What's up?
So the town of Greece and now Monroe County just got those LPRs, license plate readers.
Yeah.
Right? And if you're unaware of what these are, they are or will be installed all over the area. They are cameras. They give authorities the ability to instantly scan any license plate to know where that car is at all times.
Yeah.
In fact, just yesterday, the Greece Police Department touted these license plate readers in detecting a car that was taken during a gunpoint robbery on Saturday in Rochester. Stories on 13 WAM if you want to go see it. 3 people were arrested. If you don't have this system, if you now have this system of cameras set up across Monroe County where you can instantly detect where these cars are based on the license plate,
yeah,
doesn't that mean you don't need to chase?
Well, how do you still get the guy to stop?
You know where they're going to be.
All right, what do I do?
You can track them.
You can track them where they're going.
Okay, but like if he's continuing to speed, somebody's going to have to put their ass out there to get him.
No, hear me out. They're eventually going to have to stop. They're not.
Okay.
They can't drive around forever. It's not, a balloon in the 1800s. I'm going to travel the world for the rest of my life. All the peanut butter sandwiches I need.
Yeah, but it may be too late.
What do you mean? What's too late?
Like he crashes or he hits somebody.
Well, then you got him. Okay, again.
But he crashed not because you were chasing him.
And again, the data has shown you stop chasing, they slow down. Look, if you can follow someone via the camera, and I'm asking, 252 WCMF, right?
Yeah.
After all is said and done, that car will track to where it's stopped. Why would the police chase have to continue? And if you have the technology, and the police departments have insisted when we talked about this, they need the technology.
All right.
Why not use the technology? Because unless I'm missing something here, you need one or the other. You don't need both.
Well, I mean, the only problem with the readers aren't all over the county, right?
Oh, yeah, Monroe County. Now, I don't know if they are currently happening. Monroe County.
I mean, I guess if they were like all over the place,
yes.
that would be a valid argument.
If they are not here, they will be. Monroe County approved the LPRs.
But then it just
you just want police chases.
Yeah.
You just want police chases.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I'm asking a serious question. If you paid for the technology.
And we bought him Dodge Chargers, man. Let's use them.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Again, the state attorney general is suggesting that they ban police pursuits for nonviolent and non-dangerous offenders throughout the state. The RPD already has this policy. The bottom line is, if it is not someone that is in imminent danger to public safety, or they are not going after them because of a violent crime, once you hit a certain mile an hour, the police chase stops. They want to do this because 3 in 10 police chases end in a crash, according to the data the state has. They also say for the last 20 years, on average, 1 person a day dies in a police chase crash. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Mark. Hey, Mark, how are you, buddy?
Good morning. How are you guys?
Good, brother. What do you got?
So, I'm a retired city cop, and I, as a patrolman, did get in chases, and as a patrol sergeant, had to monitor chases.
Okay.
First of all, our New York State Attorney General couldn't care less about the safety of cops. I mean, but let's be real. Okay, she's trying to say that.
Are we being real? Are we being real, Tommy?
Yeah,
let's be real. Mark, what did you see while you were working?
So, I grew to become in favor of reduced chases because, a lot of times we would smash up our cars, taking our cars out of service, which was no good. You'd get too many people involved in the chase, even for minor crimes. And in the meantime, calls for service are backing up that really do need to be answered.
Okay.
And there is a significant danger to the public. There really is. However, there are circumstances when, you've got to chase. If it's a violent crime, certain things like that happens. And we got into some crazy ones. I remember one started on Norton Street that ended on the property of Gannett, the power plant.
And the sirens went off when they caught him. That's how excited they were they got him. All right, so, Mark, the way that the policy is written, the proposal, you would be in favor of that based on your experience as a chaser and an overseer of chasers.
Yeah, I mean, it's limited. It needs to be. You can't be. First of all, the other thing is that why chase somebody that's not even going to go to jail? I mean, you're going to chase somebody and give them an appearance ticket? That blows my mind. I can't even wrap my mind around that. At least if you're going to chase somebody back before I retired, they at least went to jail for the trouble. Now you're going to get in a car chase with a stolen car, and they're going to get released right then. No, that doesn't make any sense to me. Why would anybody put themselves in that kind of danger?
All right, let me ask you, because I know you're retired, and maybe you're not up on this technology. With the LPRs, the license plate readers, that would allow the police departments to track these people wherever they're going across the county now, right?
Yeah, so you could do one of several things. You could try to swoop in and get them in the car, or ultimately just get the car back to the rightful owner. Just wait for it to be unoccupied and get a tow truck and bring it back.
Got it.
That's the other option.
But you got to yell that. You got to yell "got it" when you get the car.
But then the movies would suck.
Oh my God! Do you hear?
I want to see Burt Reynolds, man. I don't want to see license plate. He's bowing down and they're reading my license plate. I guess I'll just drink his beer myself.
We also had a limit, how many cars were in it. So the first car in the pursuit was just to consider. His concern was to drive, and then the car behind him would call out to chase. And then the
third car had sandwiches.
Well, the third car, now you got the Blues Brothers breaking out.
Yeah, now you got.
Now there's just cop cars piling up.
I could be, 20 miles away in another area and would be saying, okay, what's the speed? What's the pedestrian traffic look like? What are the road conditions? I had to call all that out, to make sure that I would say, okay, continue on, or 86 to chase.
All right, Mark, thanks. Oops, I'm sorry, buddy. I didn't mean to cut you off. Mark, thanks for the call, man. I really appreciate it.
Sure, have a good day.
All right, have a good rest of the day. All right, so
he's pro dial back to chase.
I don't know how to feel, though, because, on one hand, Mark, who has experience as a police officer and oversaw chases, says he likes his policy the way that's written. On the other hand, though, I have a friend who's a complete moron who says he likes chases. So
and I like Steve McQueen.
I'm kind of torn here.
Ramp.
I mean, you're right. If this were to happen nationwide, I mean, right now it's just state proposal, it would destroy the police chase movie.
Yeah, you couldn't do them.
Right. I mean, you brought up the Blues Brothers, all the Fast and the Furious, the French Connection.
Oh, the French Connection.
We could sit here all day and just name police chase movies.
Yes.
But even those police chase movies may be an argument against police chases.
Why?
Okay. Some of the best parts of those movies are all the wrecks along the way. You just brought up the Blues Brothers.
And there was always that one scene where like a baby stroller coming out and he had to cut the wheel, or some old lady.
But they don't show the rest of the cars behind them.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't show the aftermath.
Let's take Blues Brothers, right? Have you seen Blues Brothers?
Yes.
Okay. You wouldn't want that to actually happen in your town or to your car. Also, French Connection, Blues Brothers, Fast and the Furious. You can't tell me in those movies no one would have died in those police chases.
Well, probably not.
The Blues Brothers.
You see the cars, you don't see the people in the cars.
That's just it, right? The Blues Brothers would have been a lot more dark when you realize multiple people were killed when they were trying to get the money to the tax assessor.
Yeah, but that's Hollywood. But you could have made the greatest car chase of all time is Bullet.
Okay.
And it was the first time we ever saw something like that, and it blew everybody away. It was.
It blew everybody away.
It was.
You watch Man land on the moon.
Not even close, man. Seeing Bullet today, it still holds up. And it's like a 7 minutes part of that movie is just the chase.
Okay. I'm fine. No one's trying to ban car chases from movies.
And he was smoking and shifting at the same time.
All right, we got a ton of Instagram messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF, at Duffy on WCMF. On Instagram, again, we're talking about a proposal from the state attorney general. They want to limit police chases, essentially wipe them out. No police chases once they hit car chases.
No fun.
Certain mile an hour, as long as the criminal being chased is not an imminent danger to society or a violent offender. The data they have says 3 in 10 police chases end in crashes. And for the last 20 years, on average, one person a day dies in a police chase crash. Brian writes on Instagram, if you stop police chases, it simply increases crime because they know they can get away with it. You're asking people to do illegal things now. Does that argument hold up?
I don't know.
Because I would argue, Brian, on the other side, I get the logic you're going with here. I don't believe that the people who commit crimes in the first place consider the punishment.
Well, I will say, you've seen an increase of just people walking in and shoplifting because they now know that there's a policy of don't pursue these people.
Are you sure we've seen that?
An uptick in just openly walking in and just walking out and shoplifting and not even trying to conceal it? Yeah.
Oh, but, you've seen the numbers.
I have not. But I've seen it on TV.
Well, that's what I mean. Look, that could be happening.
Because they know now there's nobody that's going to confront them immediately.
I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is I haven't seen data.
Okay.
And you would think that if the data was there, which the stores would have, right, that are arguing this, we would have seen that data.
All right.
We haven't really seen the data.
Okay. So you're thinking it won't increase crime.
Well, no, I'm not saying it won't increase crime. My argument is the people that are like, well, if they know they're going to get away with it, they're going to do it. Well, I would argue that a person that's desperate enough to commit a crime or angry enough to commit a crime isn't considering the punishment in the first place.
All right.
And nobody thinks they're going to get caught anyway. In fact, if you are dumb enough to run from the cops in the first place, you do not think you're going to get caught. That's why you're running.
All right, so you think, the hardened criminal is not going to change his ways?
No.
No, you did.
The hardened criminal. No, now you're doing bullet again. I don't
You don't think it's going to create more crime?
I don't
think it's going to change the reason.
You don't think
why.
it's going to increase crime?
Okay.
Pulling
Just
back.
asking you questions. You don't think?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I would argue
All right.
that whether or not the person thinks they're going to get away with it is irrelevant because everyone that commits a crime believes they're going to get away with it.
All right.
Would you disagree?
Let him go.
Why would you commit a
Let him
crime?
go.
All right, unless it is a crime of anger and passion, why would you commit a crime if you believed you were going to jail?
Well, you're talking about non-violent stuff, right? Like if I think I'm going to get pulled over for a DWI and I split.
Okay, yeah, let's go with that.
All right.
Yeah.
But
That person was already going to be behind the wheel of a car drunk anyway. It's not like somebody's going to have a DW. I'm driving home drunk because once I hit 70 miles an hour, they're going to stop following me.
But you may panic in the moment thinking, like, maybe I can get away with it now.
But they're doing that anyway.
Yeah. All right.
I don't know, man. Okay, let's put it this way. If people, like I said, if people thought they were going to be punished for the crimes they committed now, they wouldn't commit the crimes. Because let's say I was going to walk into a gas station with a weapon. I was going to empty the drawer.
Yeah.
That's armed robbery no matter what.
Okay.
Right? And in this case, me fleeing with a weapon would also be a situation deemed dangerous to the public enough, right? It sounds like, where they're going to chase me. Like, you're using the logic of a person who hasn't committed a crime in whether or not they would commit a crime.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying? I think the logic is, I don't know.
All right.
The two dumbest men trying to walk through this here.
Yeah, now I'm losing car chases at the end of it. And movies just suck.
Hey, by the
You
way-
can't even make a cop movie anymore. It'd be too lame.
Okay, I'm sorry. Isn't that good, by the way?
like,
Don't
yes,
you want lame cop? Lame cop mean things are okay.
But it hurts Hollywood.
Also,
Okay.
wait a second. Like, why couldn't they have a cop movie anymore? Like, Hollywood's gonna be like, well, that's not factually accurate.
Well, it
Can't do
kinda
the
ain't.
chase. You could still do a chase. Nobody cares.
No,
It's-
Kimmy.
It's like
It's a movie.
I don't know. Because it can actually happen. Like I see it on TV.
Yeah, like with Tom Cruise and all the stunts that he does in
right.
the
Thank
upcoming
you, yes.
That's so
Mission
realistic.
Impossible 6.
You know that guy flies his own jets?
Mission Impossible 6, not as impossible as we thought. All right, everybody at home, we got to move on. I appreciate the calls. 4th of July on Friday. You got the fireworks.
Yeah.
You got freedom. You got barbecue. And, a lot of folks like to spend that day at the beach.
Oh, yeah.
And if you want to go to the beach, you have a massive
Oh, yeah.
collection of beaches in our area to
Oh, my
choose
God,
from,
yeah.
which is why this is so infuriating. Because we have in front of us a list of the top 10 beaches in New York State.
Yeah.
In upstate New York, not even including
Oh,
downstate.
okay.
You effing kidding me right now? You effing kidding me right now? Why are you laughing? You are such a water snob. You are such a water snob.
I'm telling you, man.
You bitch. What are you telling me?
I've been right this whole time.
What do you want to know?
Yeah, yeah.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. I'll see you, man. with the long 4th of July weekend coming up, folks will be looking for local summer fun. And what better way to spend a hot summer day than a trip to the beach, Tommy?
Nice.
Well, it turns out when it comes to the beach, we in our area, you know he's going to be a dick when that left.
No, what are you talking about?
It sounds like a lawnmower trying to turn over. Honey, what's wrong with it? Try the spark plug. We're dealing with some disrespect.
Oh, yeah?
You cannot tell me, with all the high-end, fun water areas in our area, only one place shows up on this list? Right. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, speaking of fun. Head on over to the contest page right now at WCMF.com, all you deadheads. Enter for a chance to win a pair of general admission tickets to see Terrapin Flyer with special guest Scott Gooberman.
Wait, Goobs is coming?
Goobs is coming, bro. Goobs. They'll be performing a tribute to Grateful Dead music coming to Innovative Field July 16th, courtesy of the Rochester Red Wings. For tickets, visit redwingsbaseball.com. Tommy?
Yeah, buddy.
I have in front of me a list. The top 10 ranked beaches in upstate New York. So it's everything north of the city.
All right.
They rank them by cleanliness, clarity, accessibility, and natural settings.
Okay.
And this list is a slap in the effing face. First off, there is only one lake in our region.
Really?
That makes the list.
Region of lakes.
Region. Thank you.
Finger Lake region.
Thank you. You want to guess which lake made it onto this list?
It's got to be Canandaigua.
You nailed it. Yeah. Kershaw Park in Canandaigua. Now free. That's it.
Okay.
Wow.
That's the only lake.
Well, it's only not a lot of lakes have beachfront, where there's like a lot of beach there to like hang out.
I mean, are you talking about like the Finger Lakes?
Well, like if you look at even like Skinny Atlas, there isn't a lot of shoreline that's taken up privately.
That one I'll give you. A lot of people bought our property when it was early on.
Maybe that could be hurting the Finger Lakes point.
Okay, but that's one. That's one. Every other Finger Lake I can think of has beaches you can go hang out on.
All right, so I am surprised Sodas didn't make
it. Right,
okay.
somewhere along Lake Ontario.
Sodas Point has a really nice beach.
All right.
Yeah.
Keuka, Kenesha, Sodas Point, none of the bays in the area made the top 10 list. And I could go on for the next 10 minutes, but you get the point that I'm making.
Yeah, but Durant Eastman's not going to make the list.
Okay, why?
Because it's constantly closed for pollution.
Constantly closed for pollution. I got the pollution down
and horny grandpas ruined it for everybody.
Well, that's where the pollution's coming from.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I know, like...
That's what it sounds like when they're doing it. Oh, here it comes.
Yeah, like I always kind of thought that what do they call it, like the Chimney Bluffs State Park or whatever, is like a really popular destination for people when they visit the lake.
Okay, so why then does the greater Rochester area and the Finger Lakes region get such disrespect for our bodies of water? Hamlin State Park is like camping and everything.
Yeah, it's not bad.
That's not enough to make the top 10?
Yeah.
And it's huge.
Oh, you were doing your little evil laugh a second ago. Like, you're a water snob.
I am. I grew up in beach country.
Bro, your old man was peeing off the side of a boat and leaking oil into the ocean. You could talk to me about being a beach snob. For it!
So were there other areas that had way more...
It's up in the North Country. A lot of them are up in the North Country, right? Which I get, fine, okay.
What do you mean, like the Adirondacks?
Yeah, that stuff, yeah. Ooh, yeah.
First of all, that water's so goddamn cold.
I don't think of lakes up that. I know they have lakes up that way, but I think of that more as like the, hiking, mountains, that kind of activity more so than hanging out in the water.
All right, so I know, Kimmy, that Canandaigua has a big beach community, right? Like folks that live in Canandaigua take pride in their beach.
Yeah.
Do we not use our beaches everywhere else to the extent that we should?
No, we don't, probably.
But why?
I guess because it's not ever top of mind, I guess.
Why?
I don't know.
It's effing hot around here.
I know.
And it's been hot for a while. Why?
I mean, Charlotte Beach doesn't get utilized. If it's hot, it's going to be packed up.
No, I understand. So then why are they getting the disrespect on this list?
Well, it's also not a nice-looking beach.
It is a nice-looking... Okay,
bro, it's
I
not...
hate guys like you. It is a nice-looking beach.
Tatted up fatties trying to pretend to play goddamn volleyball.
Tatted up
fatty patties.
Bro, there's tatted up fatties at every beach.
Bro, that's
across the state
is the league. At least the league.
By the way, all the tatted up fatties he's referring to used to be on shows you did down in Charlotte. You were on a show full of tatted up fatties.
I've been hanging out on Joe T. Beach.
Why do people think that that Charlotte is not a beautiful beach.
Well, it's not in a nice area.
What are you talking about? Bro, the homes down there, those are multi-million-dollar homes.
But they have problems down there with the kids.
They got problems. Okay, really? Tell me about the last time you went down there and saw problems with the kids.
I just saw it on the news.
No, tell me about the last time you went
my car
down
doesn't go
there.
that way.
Okay, and that's what's so funny about this. Okay, let's talk about the crime first of all. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Every time there is an incident in Charlotte that we talk about, right, and we stopped doing it because we had the same thing happen over and over again. There'll be a video of a fight. It looks bad. And we'll talk about the fight. And someone that was there that night will call. Yeah. And they'll be in their 50s or 60s. And they'll go, yeah, it wasn't that big a deal. It just kind of happened and it was over.
Yeah.
They're putting up gates now. And here's the thing. I don't live in that community. I'm not here to judge. If it makes you feel safer, fine. But this idea, guys like you rolled up collared shirts. I don't go to. It's a dangerous beach from what I see on the social media.
We tried to take the beach back twice and it didn't work.
Yeah, look, that's with the power of your stupid-ass show and your tatted up fatties that you had. I mean, Kimmy.
Yeah.
Do you see Charlotte as a nice place to hang out?
I mean, it's a place where I grew up. Like, it reminds me of being a kid. Like, that's where you'd go get ice cream. You'd walk the pier. You'd ride the carousel and play on the playground. I don't know. It always seemed quaint to me growing up, but I guess I haven't really experienced it much as an adult. But so I don't know.
But here's the thing. Charlotte and Durand Eastman are easy punching bags, but it feels like the people that are punching are the ones that never go down there. It's a legit beach. It's got tons of sand and space. You've got the pickleball and tennis courts down there now. It's a great way to spend a summer day, and I do not understand in a place where you can swim, where you can fish, where you can play volleyball, where you can get fabulous meals at the restaurants all around, where you can get ice cream at Abbott's like the original one.
Score some dope.
Why Charlotte Beach gets such a bad rap?
It's just kind of grimy.
Says man who hasn't been there. And when was
the last time you were there?
When they tried to take it back too.
Yeah.
Take back the beach too, Electric Boogaloo. By the way, who are you taking it from, you idiot?
I don't know. Isn't that a great idea?
The guys you had down there were bigger scum than the people you were trying to take it back from.
We brought in our own tatted up fatties.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We have in front of us a list of the best lakes in upstate New York, and the only lake in our region, the Finger Lakes region.
Yeah.
I would just think we have more beach access in general than most places.
Thank you.
I mean, we just named 10 places within an hour drive of each other.
But the only beach that made the list, Kershaw Park in Canandaigua. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to a man who always looks like he just walked out of a lake.
Oh.
Ben's on CMF. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. So Kershaw, I don't know. I'm not really big on Kershaw Park. Like, I live down the street from Ontario Beach Park in Canandaigua. That beach is way better because it's less crowded, but that's just my opinion. I'm surprised
it's too crowded. Nobody goes there anymore.
Park, beach is full. Okay. But I'm surprised that Sampson State Park and also Fairhaven aren't on that list.
Yeah, Fairhaven's a good call there, Ben. You been to Fairhaven?
Yeah, we used to go there semi-regularly when I was a kid and go kayaking. And I know people that go out there that go camping every year.
No, Ben's mom used to play a really fun game with him.
What was that?
Where they'd get in the kayak and she'd push him out and she'd see how fast she can get in the car and drive away.
What the hell, man? But yeah, I don't know. I think Canandaigua. The other thing with Canandaigua Lake is there's not a lot of places to access the lake because it's all taken up by multi-millionaires' lake houses.
I mean, valid point. I've had that take for years, man. It's horse crap. Like, hey, look at this beautiful lake. You like it? Can't come, though.
Exactly.
Ben, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Yeah, there's a stream over there. Go walk in that.
Look, but this list does make one thing very clear.
What's that?
There is an opportunity right now.
To do what?
For some town or village or city in the Finger Lakes region to make a move.
Like promote their beach?
Or develop beachfront area and bring people in. And let's use Canandaigua as an example.
Yeah.
We've just been talking. They had 2 resorts open up with bars and restaurants on the water.
Mm-hmm.
And then everyone in the country decided they wanted to show up. It's not a complicated process.
No.
Right? If you find something for everyone in the family to do, it feels like people are going to want to be there.
Okay.
And if I'm wrong, tell me, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, because as we talk about all the areas in our region that are on a lake or a bay or whatever, right? It feels like there are some underutilized things.
There probably is. But I can't imagine what that costs a town to do.
I don't know, but I mean, think about who you'd be bringing in. Look at, again.
Everybody we don't like. Here come the millionaires with their jet skis.
Wait, a second ago you were talking about tatted up fatties. Now you don't want jet skis? Like, pick a side, man. Pick a side. I mean, look at what Sodas Point was able to do.
Oh, yeah. It's beautiful up there.
Look at what Canandaigua was able to do. I mean, hell, Skinny Atlas doesn't even have beach access.
No.
Look at what they were able to do. Like, it does feel like, parts of Hamlin, places maybe in Webster, have the opportunity to make something for a community.
All right.
And all of a sudden, you are now a destination to go hang out
Yeah,
at.
Webster does have a lot of shoreline.
Am I wrong?
Oh, that's nice.
I mean, I know you wouldn't go because you're a snob-ass, bitch-ass
I used to
water.
walk my dog down there.
When you live there?
Yeah, not going there now.
Okay. Nick,
Plenty of water in my town.
No, there isn't.
I walk along the canal.
It's a drainage ditch. Nick writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF. The easiest way to get us. He writes, hey, this is an unpopular opinion. Lakes don't have beaches. They have shores. Shut up, Nick. There are no beaches in New York unless you're on a coast beach.
I like it like Jones Beach.
No salt water means no beaches.
A Rockaway Beach.
Shut up, Nick.
Fire Island Beach.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Mark. Hey, Mark. How are you, buddy?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey,
Yeah,
Nick,
good, man.
Nick, Hey, thanks for calling.
Curious, are you guys taking water quality into account for this list?
Well, I don't know. I mean, is the water quality in Canandaigua better than the water quality in, let's say, Cayuga or Skinny
I don't
Atlas?
think there's good water quality in any of them.
Okay,
to be
so
honest with you.
So then why does Canandaigua make the list where these other ones don't?
Probably because they're more popular, have the more one percenters with the vote. I don't know. I really don't know.
I don't think that this wasn't like a national, like you're going to donate money to your candidate vote.
Gotcha.
Mark,
okay.
Mark, what's your favorite body of water in upstate New York?
At upstate New York, to be honest with you, I just moved upstate about a year and a half ago, so I'm exploring now.
Okay. Well, no, we really appreciate, a guy that has no idea what he's talking about calling the show and giving us his opinion.
Yeah, the number one thing for me if I'm going to go to a beach to go swimming is to make sure the water quality is safe for my daughter.
All right, where are you coming from, Mark? Where'd you move from?
Long Island.
Okay, yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah.
I can hear it. His stupid voice.
Yeah.
All right, but I mean, Mark, like when you were down on Long Island, you guys weren't worried about jumping in the ocean? Where did you guys go swimming?
The Hamptons.
Yeah, we would go to Jones Beach or Fire Island. That was more of a Fire Island with the ticks, was more of a problem for me than the water quality.
We got to watch out for the ticks up here, too, buddy. I don't know if you've been watching the news. We're looking out for you and your daughter, Mark.
Yeah, cool. Thanks for putting me on, guys.
Yeah, no, you don't want your voice to get any higher. Thanks for the call, Mark. Have a good rest of the day.
Thanks.
There goes Mark. For as much as we kick around people from Long Island, they're really good at taking a joke. You got to give credit.
Yeah,
We just
yeah,
beat
they
the
roll
crap
with it.
out of Mark for 5 minutes, and he just laughed along with it.
Yeah, all right.
Lisa writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, as we're talking about this list. A single beach in the Finger Lakes, upstate New York region has made the list of the top 10 beaches in New York. It was Kershaw Park in Canandaigua. Brought up Charlotte, said it was underutilized, that it doesn't get the respect that it deserves. Lisa writes us on Instagram. The water in Charlotte is gross, stinky, and sludgy, especially by the sand. And yes, I was there on Memorial Day.
Well, because, the river empties out right there. And you get all that gunk, river gunk that kind of like hangs out.
Shut up.
I'm serious.
Well, you got the gunk next to the tatted up fatties? The easiest way to make Tommy laugh is to repeat back something he said that he thinks is funny.
That's my joke.
I just heard it on the radio.
But even if you take Charlotte out of it, there are all those beaches nearby that still didn't make the list. Like Webster
I'm with you.
has
Webster's
a nice area.
I'm with you.
Like you said before,
Pulteneyville.
Hamlin.
What, is
There
that how
are
you say it?
stretches
Pulteneyville.
where
Pulteneyville.
it's a little bit more quaint that still didn't show up.
All right, well, go to the beach. Check the water quality first.
Yes.
Check the water
How do
quality.
you do that? Bring your little tester out?
No, I think they have reports every day. Like, you can go find
Yeah.
it.
All right.
The DEC? I'm assuming.
I
I'm
wouldn't
almost,
even know
I think
where
if
to
it's
look.
dangerous, they'll put the
Yeah.
signs out on the beach.
I would Google water quality for
Well, if I
lake
don't-
you are going to, and it probably comes
If I
up.
don't see a floating body, I'm guessing it's okay.
Okay, for God's sakes, man. What is wrong with you? Let's take a break.
Dead fish. No, your mom's been there.
No, you can't set up and do the punchline. It's not how comedy works. It's not how comedy teams work. We're going to end up back in the Poconos again. Let's take a break. This is high praise for two beloved Buffalo Bills players, one that is here now and one that will live in our hearts forever and ever and ever and ever.
They're no longer here, though.
Well, I mean, the guy, he's alive.
No, I mean, like, here.
He is.
I don't mean he's dead.
Well, you said he's no longer here. What does that mean? He's no longer with us. He's in the other room.
Just don't go to that beach.
It looks like he's dead. Oh, my God. I mean, he just looks like he's fine. He just looks like he's dead, right? Shut up. I am pleased, but I'm also surprised that these two guys made this list. And I think that the success of the man that is here has shined a light on how truly great the guy that came before him
he was.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. These are two guys, despite being like the pros pro of their profession, do not get the respect traditionally they have deserved, which is why it is so shocking they both showed up on this list.
Oh.
That being said, I do think the success of the man that is here now is shining a spotlight on how great the guy he will hopefully eventually eclipse was. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 8 o'clock. It's Wednesday. You know what that means?
A little hate.
Yeah, we found out 2 weeks ago a surprising policy in New York State that if it's there, even if you hit it,
bon appetit.
You got it. And we'll tell you what. We'll tell you what that thing was. Recap it in this break here. But you crapped on these people.
Yes, as they should be crapped on.
One man heard that, was not happy. He is one of these people. He said he is not trash. He wrote it in the letter, so he can't be. But he wants more freedom.
Oh.
And we'll get into it just after 8 o'clock, Hate Mail of the Week here in the break room on CMF. This week, a list of the 30 greatest quarterbacks in NFL history was released. And the Buffalo Bills have not one, but 2 quarterbacks that made the list.
Wow.
Our own Josh Allen was ranked 21. All time, by the way. All greatest quarterbacks of all time in the history of the league. Josh Allen was 21. But ranked ahead of him, Hall of Famer Jim Kelly.
Okay.
Ranked at 15. Are you guys surprised by this?
Well, no. I mean, the run Kelly had was ridiculous, right? They were the best team for 4 years.
Second best team.
No, offensively. I thought they were the best team offensively.
Yes, that's fair.
Yeah, and I mean, Josh Allen hasn't finished his career yet, so some wiggle room there.
No, I'm not saying that Josh should have been ranked higher. I'm saying in a list of the top 30 quarterbacks of all time.
Oh, you're just surprised that Jim Kelly's on it at all?
Well, Jim Kelly and Josh Allen. I mean, look, maybe not Jim Kelly. Jim Kelly deserves to be on that thing. I'm saying, let's not forget, a year ago, Josh Allen was rated by other NFL players as the most overrated player in the NFL.
Yes.
And I understand that he's the MVP and we love him, but it does seem that outside of Western New York, there are lots of people that love to go, he's good, but he can do, but. I was surprised that both of them showed up on this list. What is interesting here, however, I think that Jim Kelly being ranked at 15 is proof that the success Josh Allen is having is shining a light on how truly great Jim Kelly was, right? Because, look, we knew back in the day watching it every week how great Jim Kelly was, but he played in an era with Marino, Elway, Aikman, Esiason.
And he was in a small market.
You got that? He also was followed by Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Kurt Warner, guys like that, right? Like, when you don't have that ring, it's easy to get lost in the shuffle, right? Like, the average,
that hurts him,
the average NFL fan under 35 doesn't know who Dan Fouts is. You know what I'm saying? And that guy was a great quarterback. Hell, I would bet the average NFL fan under 30 doesn't know who Boomer Esiason is.
So who's around Jim Kelly?
I got to pull up the list in front of me here. I'm sorry. I should have been prepared.
I was just thinking, where's Marino?
Yeah, where's that era of quarterbacks? Where do they fall?
Why does it not have a link in this story to the actual list? Kimmy, can you Google the top 30 quarterbacks in NFL history? I'm sure it'll be the first one that comes up. Why, you think that Kelly might have gotten shafted?
Yeah, because Marino played in Miami, and Jim played in Buffalo. So I didn't even know how much Buffalo got on TV back then. During the regular season.
They were going to Super Bowls all the time.
Yeah, I understand that, but even then, they probably weren't getting the respect that the Jets, the Giants, San Francisco was getting.
Well, we also have to keep in mind there was during that time. Okay. There was a ban.
I didn't know.
The Bills didn't play a ton in primetime because of that incident with the Jets and their bus in the late 80s.
So that hurt them.
Yes. Yeah, so I don't know, man.
People didn't get to see him in prime time. He wasn't top of mind.
But he did have national endorsements. I mean, not to the level that Josh Allen has now.
Yeah, because it just wasn't there then.
Yeah, but he was doing national commercials with that slick back hair and his giant neck. You ever see the size of his neck when he played in the NFL?
No.
It's jarring. If you
long or wide?
Both. If you go back and look at Jim Kelly's neck from 88 to 93. It's like a tree trunk, man. It starts here and it only slightly goes in.
So he's got a solid mass.
Solid massive neck, and he's got a long face like I do too. So his chin points out.
Yeah.
So it just makes.
So it's got to look like his head's on a pole.
That's it. No, it looks like his head is on a stump.
Oh, all right.
Right. It's hey, we got
it's mounted on his neck.
Stump with a head and arms, and he's one of the greatest quarterbacks in NFL history. It's funny. Josh breaking all of these Bills records and inching closer to taking Kelly, out of number one and all these things, right? It is a reminder of how special you have to be to hit that level of football.
Yeah.
Because
look how hard it is to find these guys.
We waited 17 years.
Yeah.
Well, longer than that, 96 to 20 years. I mean, Josh Allen and Jim Kelly are two very different quarterbacks, how they play the game.
Mm-hmm.
But to accomplish what you've done, like watching Josh every week and we go, our mouths are just open. Jim Kelly was gaining that yardage with his arm and scoring those touchdowns standing in one place.
Yeah.
It's pretty remarkable.
It is.
Right?
Plus the training's different, the diet's different.
Yeah.
The partying's different, man.
Yeah. It is funny, though.
Yeah.
When you go back, like how different the NFL is today compared to just 30
years ago. Yeah,
30 years ago, right? Because if you go, you can watch all these Bills games on YouTube from the early 90s.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a lot of fun if you grew up watching them, having these memories flash back again. But, like, it's slow.
The
it's
game?
really slow.
Yeah.
Like, when you're sitting there, like, you're watching a linebacker blitz, and you can, like, count it. 1, 2, 3. Where today, all of a sudden, the ball snapped, the guy's right in his face.
Well, the training, I mean, these guys are way faster, way bigger.
It's remarkable. Bigger, faster, stronger, meaner, angrier, sexier.
Yeah, I guess you move a little bit slower when you load it up with, like, Budweiser and Pall Malls.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. A list, it was compiled by SB Nation. According to a story in the Democrat and Chronicle, both Josh Allen and Jim Kelly ranked as top 30 quarterbacks in NFL history. It was a 13-person panel of writers. Jim Kelly at 15, Josh Allen at number 21. Okay, I have the list in front of me now. Kimmy, did you not find it? I'm sorry.
Well, it's not giving me the top 10. It's giving me 20 through 30.
Maybe they haven't done. Oh, yeah, the article's not done yet.
Yeah.
Oh,
it says, like, stay tuned for spots 20 through 1.
Boo!
Oh, it's still in the works?
Yeah.
Boo! So just to give you a glimpse of where they think Josh Allen falls historically, he is directly in front of Phillip Rivers, Lamar Jackson, Joe Namath, Ken Anderson.
Man, Namath shouldn't even be on that list,
I'm
man.
with you, man.
That is the most overrated individual ever.
Amen, brother. By the way, Mark's going to call back. What'd you say about Namath? Down at Jones Beach. They got him ahead of Johnny Unitas.
Wow.
Josh Allen.
That's a big one.
There you go. That's a big one. Johnny Unitas, a big one. Got beat by Joe Namath, who's a bum, but he's a big one.
Goddamn heavy. Shave your hair.
And by the way, I believe that, is it this year that Josh Allen is going to break the total touchdowns record for Buffalo Bills history?
Wow.
Oh, I thought he did.
I thought he broke no, he's going to break the rushing record this year?
Maybe that's it.
For a quarterback?
'Cause I thought he already did break the touchdown record.
He's going to break the rushing record for the Bills?
But touchdown record, rushing touchdowns. Kimmy, can you Google the Bills rushing? Yeah, he is on
so Thurman would be number one now.
I believe so.
I hope so.
I think, well, it could
Got
be.
his own hamburger.
It could also be OJ. I don't know.
Oh, I forgot about OJ. He's pretty good.
Yeah.
It seems like Josh Allen is tied right now with Thurman Thomas.
For the rushing touchdown record
at
in
65,
Bills.
yep.
Okay. Bro, think about that. He's a quarterback.
Yeah.
Thurman Thomas was a league MVP. He's a Hall of Famer, was arguably, he was a top 3 running back during his era.
Mm-hmm.
And Josh Allen's about to break his team record in his 8th season for touchdowns as a rusher.
But he's also going to eclipse OJ, who had...
he already has that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he already has
That's
OJ
insane.
at 57.
There you go, man.
Wow.
It's a different game these days. These guys made from a different club.
Oh, yeah.
It's a game. When the game was a game, except the game is better now than the game when it was a game. All right, let's take a break. You could afford, you could be a little nicer.
Who?
You.
To who?
No, I mean,
What'd I do?
You don't have to go after these people. There's a valid reason why.
Tatted up fatties?
No, you idiot.
No, different group.
Who did I go after now?
We found
You
out.
painted a picture of this type of person.
We found out 2 weeks ago that the state of New York allows you to take this wherever you find it, and there are some regulations.
Scuzz meat. And I'm not talking about your mama.
Again, set up punch. I don't have to do a comedy class for you live into a.
Well, I said scuzzed up meat. You just sat there.
Yeah, no, I was gonna respect your mother.
Yeah.
I asked you to be nicer. There's a man who heard you go after these people, and he is one of these people. He admits to being one of these people. He writes in his letter he is not trash. We should take his word for it.
Okay.
And he actually wants more freedom than the state is allowing that you believe is too much freedom. We'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. if you like freedom,
yes,
you'll love this guy.
Okay.
Because a conversation we had about what you're surprisingly allowed to take in New York set you, Tommy, off. And your reaction set this guy off.
Wow.
He's a man with rights.
Mm-hmm.
And if he wants to eat this, knowing the risk it poses, why shouldn't he?
Yeah. Enjoy.
In fact, how can you tell him it's illegal to eat anything that he wants?
Because you could die.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, it is Wednesday. It is 8 o'clock. It is time for Hate Mail of the Week. And about 2 weeks ago, we here in the break room made a surprising discovery about a law in New York State. It is 100% legal to take roadkill off the side of the road and bring it home.
Yeah.
The main purpose, it seems, would be to eat it.
Yeah.
Now, there are some further rules, things like deer and bear. You have to call the police when you want to take it. They have to issue you a special tag. For smaller game, you also have to have this tag or permit, but you don't have to call the police to get it, things like coyotes or wolves or turtles or whatever. Also,
Mom brought a turtle home for supper.
Also, you don't have to be the one to hit it. Whatever you stumble across, according to the law, you can take home.
If it's dead, you eat it.
And I
Fair game.
also want to be clear, just so we don't give any people any ideas, it is illegal to hunt with your car. That is written in the law.
That also includes mother-in-law.
If you hit it by accident, you can take it.
Right.
If you try to run it down on purpose, you're going to jail. Okay. This deeply disturbed you, Tommy.
Yeah. This should not be a thing, man. We're not some third world starving country.
What are you talking about? It's free meat, man.
It's rancid.
It's okay. It's not rancid if you hit that deer
Yeah,
right
they
away.
know how long you have to scoop it up.
Yeah, if you have to scoop up your raw meat.
But why let it go to waste, I guess? Like, why let it just sit there and
let
rot?
the birds eat it.
Thank you. What do you mean let the birds? Birds got plenty for the birds to eat. I'm starving over here. And then we are talking potentially thousands of dollars worth of meat in a deer,
delicious.
In a bear.
It sound like you're going to a high-end steakhouse.
By the way, nobody's making you eat it. Like, if somebody wants to go home and bring it for
you don't want to be
for them,
that
I don't
country,
care.
Man. You don't want to be that grimy-ass country.
I would totally make him eat it. Like, if he were coming over for a cookout, I would look for deer carcass, make sausages. Hey, you know what you're eating there, smart guy? Roadkill. By the way, you say we're not some third world country. There is only one state in America that does not allow their citizens to take roadkill off the side of the road, and it was Texas.
Yeah, that made no sense.
Okay, so every other state, 49 states in America, you're allowed to do this. So, Tommy, as you are right now, you were, when we had this discussion initially, adamant this should not be legal.
Right.
You also had an opinion on the types of people who would take this stuff off the side of the road.
You're scuzz. You're low end. I can't. I would never hang out with anybody that eats roadkill.
I have eaten roadkill.
No, you have not.
I was with my buddy Phil. We hit a deer when we were in high school. Our buddy, we called the cops. We got a tag. We got one of his dads, one of the dads of the group, brought it home, and we each got some of the meat. So I have eaten roadkill.
Okay, but you were a kid.
I was 8. I would do it now.
No, you would not.
When
somebody knew how to prepare
would not.
it, you wouldn't try it.
High-end doctor husband eating roadkill.
When I blasted that deer with my pilot a couple years ago, I wanted to take the deer, and the cop was like,
Why would you want to take it
because
home?
it's thousands of dollars worth of meat. I love venison.
Home.
I love venison. I'm not going to shoot it. I don't got the balls to do that, so I'll run it down with my car, and I'll eat it.
But you don't.
I would have eaten it.
Pet full of worms.
Had I not exploded its insides, I would have eaten that deer. Look, one man heard what you said, and he did not like it. In fact, he doesn't think that this policy goes far enough.
Yeah.
Because we live in a free country, don't we? Where's his freedom? Actual physical letters sent through the mail telling us we suck, want to eat roadkill. And by the way, a man wrote us this letter. However, the role of the man this week will be played by our very own Kimmy. Sit back and enjoy today's Hate Mail of the Week.
I'd like Tommy Muley to get this letter because I'm bothered by how close-minded he is about animals being taken from the side of the road. If I can use that meat, that carcass, for any reason, why would I not take it with me? He was also being very offensive, talking about which types of people do this.
Deeply.
I want you to know I am not some white trash homeless person. I own my home. I have a good job. I've raised a family. I know the dangers and what to look for when I am taking home these carcasses. If I am taking the risk, what is the problem? It bothers me that there are things I cannot take to use or eat without being arrested. Why is it against the law to shoot game in my own backyard? I can use a fox or a coyote for all kinds of things. There are animals that we can all eat that are protected for some reason. If that animal isn't smart enough to stay away from danger, why should we let it live? That just leaves dumb and weak animals that breed dumber and weaker animals. There should be no restrictions on hunting seasons, what I'm allowed to hunt, and where I'm allowed to take them. Let me take the risk myself, because it's just me and my family I have to worry about. Sincerely, John.
How hungry is this guy?
Pretty hungry, it sounds
I
like.
want to kill everything and eat
They
it.
took it one step too far there.
Yeah. It always goes
I
a
want
step.
to hunt where I want and when I want.
Eat it all.
Now, Kimmy, I don't know about you when you were reading this letter, but when I read this letter, when he was talking about you shouldn't let weak and dumb animals breed because it creates weaker and dumber animals, I just couldn't stop thinking about your family, Tommy. Your weak and dumb animal.
Yeah, I got it.
Father, and you, like an Italian baby bird. All right, so John wants to be able to eat, living or dead, whatever he finds, no matter the time of year, no matter where he finds it.
Yes.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Should John be given that right?
No.
Why?
Because you're going to eat the wrong thing. You're going to get sick. All of a sudden, we're going
But
to
it must have been rat time!
You're going to get COVID or some crap.
COVID from a dead deer.
Well, that's how COVID started. Somebody ate a goddamn something that got infected, and that's how it was all started. I forgot what they ate.
Dr. Muley over here.
Chinatown thing.
Okay. All right. I don't know how many hunters, Kimmy, would be on board with wiping out hunting seasons.
Yeah.
Probably
Yeah,
not.
you can't.
Kill any time.
Yeah.
That's how things go extinct.
Exactly. Yeah, you don't want to destroy animal populations. But the idea that if something wanders into your yard, you can kill it and use it however you want. Would you guys be on board with that idea?
No.
No.
I mean, unless like you're in danger or something.
It's cruel.
Yeah. You don't have to go shooting everything in your yard. Plus, like, people would take advantage of that in places they maybe shouldn't be shooting stuff in a yard where there's other people around
Understood.
or trails being walked on.
What if we find it? Because it could happen. What if we find something that is adorable and delicate, is so goddamn delicious we can't get enough of it?
I mean, I feel like people have pretty much eaten every animal
Well,
that we have
let's
here.
say we find baby raccoons are the tastiest thing that's ever been produced on this planet.
You would have a problem eating baby raccoons?
Yes, but
Yeah,
yes.
Why?
That's pretty cruel.
That's horrible.
You eat veal?
I love veal.
What's the difference?
That's done by the United States Meat Packers Association.
United States Department of the worst
I
possible
know
thing you
veal
can
is
think
bad.
of. No, how do you sit here and go, I love veal, I won't eat a baby raccoon?
I will not.
Okay, you eat veal. I eat veal. What's the difference?
Because
See, there's that dumb and weak animal breeding again.
I don't want to hurt a little baby raccoon.
You got no problem hurting a little baby cow. Doesn't even get to stretch its legs. You know how bad you feel on a 6-hour flight. Think about that cow, man. Look, I agree with you. We should not have seasons. But there are people who will not admit this, even though they're listening to the show right now, that do what this guy wants to do. That if anything wanders into their yard, they will shoot it, and they'll use it for whatever they want. Right?
Yeah.
This is not of our world. But how many people would have an issue, honestly? 252-WCMF, 252-9263, with a policy of, if it's on my property, I gets to kill it.
Yeah, that's like North Dakota in the 1800s.
Okay.
And you could also see people like baiting animals into
they
their
will.
yard just to get away with it.
And
You're
they
right.
will.
That's the problem. Like, nobody will do this ethically or just if it just happens to happen, I'm ready. But I think people are gonna like go out of their way to make this happen.
And aren't we supposed to be evolved like this way, not that way? Like move forward as a society?
What does evolve even mean, man?
Be a more refined society, not full of have a mouthful of ticks and mites.
Okay, 252-WCMF, letter from John coming off of Tommy going off on people that collect roadkill after we found out that it is legal in New York State to collect roadkill with some, tags and things off the side of the road.
You can hillbilly your ass off.
John writes us, argues that he says he is not trash. We have to take him at his word there.
Yeah.
He also wants it to go further. He wants to wipe out all hunting season, the ability to kill it, eat anything he wants, and if it wanders in his yard, he's going to take it. Look, I agree with you guys. You shouldn't have that thing, right? But I do feel this man's pain that you're criticizing.
It's probably the mediate. What pain?
I just find it funny. And I'm not a hunter.
I know.
Right? But I find it funny that all the meat that you have no problem eating and the way that stuff is handled not in the most humane way, and this you have an issue with.
Yeah, because it's also sanitary.
How do you know? We got a lot of food recalls lately.
You haven't had that many. I mean, most of them.
I haven't heard one food recall on deer on side of road.
That is so true.
I'm just saying, it seems a little hypocritical.
Boy, I crush a pig with my car, then eat it?
Well, no, that would be, if we had pigs, I would be going out of my way to eat
All right,
pigs.
so if I crushed a pig, Pat, I just ran over a pig outside.
Yeah.
She walked right in front of my car.
She did, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lady pig.
Yeah. What's your question?
You want it?
Yeah, I'd eat that.
All right.
Why?
You'd eat a dead pig.
Yeah, it's bacon.
It's not bacon till you cut it out.
Okay, so I go bring it to someone to
the
process
whole pig ain't bacon.
Again, if it was all an accident, why let it go to waste?
So you'd eat it too?
Would you eat road pig?
No, but I would be fine with somebody else eating it.
Baron Von Butt writes us on Instagram. Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. Once again, Tommy is showing his ass. It's not as if indigenous people have been living off the land for centuries. Can't wait for him to get trending, but he must have said wrong, chickens in a coop, it sounds like.
What?
I don't know.
It makes no sense.
Mike writes, let John eat whatever he wants. If he dies, it's just weeding out the weak and the dumb. I mean, it is interesting. Same policy argument John makes for wanting to eat the weak and the dumb. Dying from the weak and the dumb.
That could happen.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Teddy. Hey, Teddy, how are you, buddy?
Good morning. How are you?
Good, Teddy. What's up?
Hey, listen, we live in the land of law. Unless you live in the third world, like in Indonesia, you can do that. Who is it, dumbass, who's talking about that?
All right, Teddy, we've talked about this before. You said you grew up hunting stuff when you were a kid, and you would bring that home and eat it with your family, right?
Yes, I did, yes.
Okay. So, like today, let's say you blasted a deer on the way home. Would you feel comfortable tagging that, having it processed, and serving that for dinner in your house?
Yes, I am.
You want to go? Go ahead.
But as long as you call a cop, and then it's okay for the cop, you can take home. It's just fine with me.
Okay. Yeah.
But
so
you can just take them out. Go ahead.
No, so you are anti shooting whatever comes into your yard and eating that.
Yeah, not only that, when you shoot in your yard, I mean, how you have to have minimum 200 yards from your yard. You can't just shooting in your backyard.
Look, I agree with you.
Because I have a lot deer in my backyard. I tried to put in my garage, but I don't want to do that.
Okay. Teddy,
so he will eat the deer.
He'll eat the deer, but he won't shoot things in his backyard.
But he grew up in a country where you ate like that.
I grew up in this country. I would eat like that too.
You
Lots
didn't
of people.
grow up in Indonesian jungles,
that's what I
man.
just said. I grew up in this country. I'd do the same thing he would do, you dumbass.
But I get it. That was normal for them.
Oh, my God.
They're a poor country. You didn't come
Tell
up...
me, but if there is a... Tommy, if there is a law that you can shoot from behind your yard, are you willing to jail for that?
Okay, I think we're having two separate arguments. Teddy, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. It doesn't matter where you grew up. It's good meat, man.
No, but I mean, I listen, man. If I was raised poor in a poor country, I cut you a break.
Okay. More Instagram messages coming in talking about John's letter here, who wants the freedom to shoot.
Fat and broken Gates qualifies you for...
No, I'm saying I was not growing up in that kind of community, and I still want to eat this deer.
But you can identify.
No, I don't. I'm saying the deer is good.
Do you think even Teddy's camp?
No, I don't.
I'm Fat Teddy. I want to eat the meat too, because I'm a fat roadkill eating little bitch.
Nailed it. Instagram messages coming in. Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. Connor writes
Connor ain't eating no goddamn rancid meat.
I assume he's talking about John, who wrote us a letter. Yeah. He says, this dodo is a perfect example of an animal that went extinct hunting because of unregulated hunting. Look, I agree with him.
Yeah.
Don't shoot everything.
Well, it's dangerous.
All right, but let the man eat his road deer.
Enjoy.
Johnny's on CMF. Hey, Johnny, how are you, buddy?
Hey, guys.
What's up?
I just think Kimmy's the most accurate. I don't think you should be allowed to just shoot stuff anywhere because you never know. You could have a deer in your backyard in Henrietta and someone just lets it rip in the front yard.
Yeah, no, I think we're all on the same page that don't fire guns in your yard, Johnny. Yeah. Johnny, what about eating deer off the side of the road? If you hit a deer, would you eat it?
Personally, I wouldn't. Maybe if I hit it, personally, I would consider it.
Oh, so you're a pansy.
I'm not going to
and I'm just scared to eat deer on the side of the road because I ain't got a man system. I got a little bitch system that can't handle delicious car-kill deer venison. No, bitch.
Well, you never know. Hitting deer with a semi compared to hitting deer with a Prius is a little bit different.
Well, you just throw it all in a crock pot. It all comes out in the wash, bud.
Yeah, well, thanks, guys.
There goes Johnny. Take care.
I also want to point out, too, because Tommy seems like a guy that would also complain about that deer laying in the road for like a week
100%.
and nobody doing anything about it.
100.
So if I called the cops,
ugly and it's gross and it smells.
That's what it would sound like if I called the cops.
Yes.
Man,
I already did the call.
Our timing is all off today, all over the
okay.
place. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to regroup. Because, look, you thank God that we don't think we know we've ever met Johnny, right? The guy that wrote this letter, John, because he seems a little bit crazy.
Yeah.
There was a man who some folks met yesterday they did not want to meet. And we have another story of someone threatening to blow up a government building in our area, which has become shockingly common, like shockingly common. This story is different, however, because it didn't come over the phone. And he came with props, at least according to police. So we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Any threat like this, just at baseline, has to be taken seriously.
Okay.
But this one had props.
Ooh.
And it's easy to sit back and play Monday morning quarterback on what you think you do in scary situations.
Yeah.
But this could be one of those times where if you actually thought you were in danger, there is literally nothing you can do to ensure you made it out alive. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just a heads up, we do have more Adam Sandler tickets to give you.
Okay.
He is coming to the KeyBank Center in Buffalo on September 21st after 9 o'clock.
All right.
If you want to go see the show, we will get you those tickets after 9 o'clock. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. And this story starts with one that we now hear all too often.
What happened?
A 30-year-old man was arrested after he made an alleged bomb threat against a government health building. We literally, Kimmy, just had a story 2 weeks ago where a woman made a threat against a government building, and we see these at least twice a month now. This story, however, is different than the ones we normally see.
So what's the twist?
Well, other stories, Tommy, involve people making those threats via phone or email.
Yeah.
According to police, not only did this 30-year-old man make this bomb threat in the lobby on Monday afternoon.
Oh, so this was a live in person.
He was also, according to police, wearing a vest and carrying a bag.
Oh.
It looked like he had a bomb.
On him.
On him.
Okay.
So eventually, the sheriff's department showed up, and they ordered him to leave the building and remove the vest strapped to his body. Sidebar.
Okay.
They must have been pretty confident he didn't actually have a bomb, because if he's willing to blow himself up, I don't know what kind of orders are going to intimidate him into following directions.
So true.
He kind of holds all the cards here.
Well, they must have seen something on him. Okay. Didn't, you know what I mean?
Well, here's what suggests maybe they didn't. Eventually, after a struggle, they got him into custody, thank goodness. But they had the Monroe County Sheriff's Department come out. They x-rayed his bag. And when they did, they discovered it was full of wires, batteries, and WD-40. Not a bomb, but stuff it seems to make it look like there was a bomb inside.
All right.
He's been arrested, charged with making a terroristic threat, placing a false bomb, amongst other things. And this is normally, Tommy, a part in the story where we look at motive.
Okay.
But in this story, the man allegedly made this threat at the mental health building.
Yeah.
So motive may be above our pay grade here. Okay. But the scarier part of this.
What's that?
If folks are good at one thing, it's telling people what they would have done in terrifying situations.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? You're getting robbed. Here's what you got to do. You get out of it. You grab by the neck, snap. Someone's speeding at you in a car. You just got to dive out of the way. You got to be agile. Right at the last moment, you got to jump. You even hear people play tough guy in active shooter stories.
Yeah.
Here's what I would have done. But this story, if the allegations are true, Tommy, it's unique for one thing. If you were in the building with this man and you really thought he had a bomb, what do you do?
Nothing. It's too late.
Oh, I think there are people that think that they could talk this guy down or like be the cool person in the room, the cool-headed person in the room.
Okay.
I think that there is I don't know, like just somebody who's that oblivious to the situation.
So let's talk about that, because I guess in the list of things you can do to try and save your life, if you believe this person actually has a bomb, the only thing you could do is reason with this.
You'd have to have that skill set.
Not only have that skill set at baseline.
I'm a likable person. They'll like me.
Well, I mean, I
haven't had a knob in 12 years, man, but I'll get this done.
What the hell?
You can't even talk. You can't even get laid, but you think you could talk this guy out of a bomb. Think of the last time you negotiated something for yourself. Are you going to stand there next to a guy with a bomb? When's the last time you went up to a bar and got laid?
You went with knob?
Well, yeah.
I know.
The bomb of sexual interactions?
It is. Yeah, it is. Think of the negotiating skills that you think you have that have never worked out for you.
Listen.
I got free car mats when I bought my car. I could talk about this bomb.
That guy's never gotten a knob at a Look, there are people that exist that have the skill to be able to talk to someone. And
they are very rare.
Okay, they are. But I would say even those people in this scenario, you think he has a bomb. And at any moment, he could explode everybody.
Yeah, he's God.
So not only would you have to have that skill to be able to talk to him, you would have to do it while being paralyzed with fear. You would have to be able to overcome this, I could die at any moment, and talk this guy off a ledge.
A lot going on there.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, that would be the worst terror in your life. Can you imagine trying to calmly speak and reason with that person. What do you say? All right, let me ask you a question.
Start that conversation.
All right, let's role play a little bit.
So nice vest you got there. What?
I got one of those too.
All right, you're like, I got a bomb strapped to me. I've got your whole set just all over my chest, just bombs all over the place.
Yeah.
And I walk in,
Yeah.
and your only way of saving your life is to try and relate to me and talk me out of exploding myself. What do you go?
I got to go right now.
Go. Yeah, well, I got the bomb, bro.
Okay, so you got a bomb.
I have a bomb.
And you want to blow the place up?
Yes.
So what's your beef with the place?
What are you talking? You work here. I don't like you. I don't like your face.
I don't like you either, man.
Boom! See, it's over.
Are you going to try to relate? Like, yeah, I've had problems too.
Place sucks.
Well, no, I mean, like, that's an interesting idea. Cause,
Like, is that where you kick it off?
so it could work that way, right? Where,
Throw it out.
Well, no, I mean, look, if you have stresses like that in your past, maybe being able to relate to that person would be a good idea. But on the other hand, that person could hear you trying to relate to them, and that could make them angrier because you don't know the pain that they've gone through.
Thank you.
You think that, XYZ, well, I've gone through XYZ, boom!
Okay.
All right, so if relating to them doesn't work, Kimmy, what is your first move trying to negotiate your way out of this bomb situation?
Well, I mean, like, first of all, like, you have to – you're also assuming that they're immediately willing to have a conversation with you, which I wouldn't even know how to get around to the point where they're willing to speak to me.
Okay.
Because why do they need to speak to you? If I'm going to blow myself up, what's the point?
Yeah.
Of listening to you?
Like, I think everybody – like, that person that thinks that way also assumes, well, they're just going to be open to talking to me when – they're already in like a heightened state of
blowed upness,
panic.
Well, I will say this. Let's say the person actually has a bomb. Again, I'm talking out my ass here, so take it all with a grain of salt. If they haven't blown us up yet, that leads me to believe that they are willing to have a conversation.
Because they could have talked to you.
That's a long reach.
Yeah.
They could have
for somebody you've just met.
But they could have just walked in and exploded the place, right? They haven't.
Well, they got a plan.
But there's something that they want. There's something they want to hear. Like
But if you're not in charge, they don't want to talk to you.
Okay.
Right.
Like, if you're
Yeah,
just
you
a
also got to look
person-
like the man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
we're
you
wearing
have
that shirt you got on today.
What's wrong with this shirt?
It tells a story.
It's a great shirt. What? You don't know what this shirt is?
You hear any noise?
It's just me and the boys bopping. If you hear any noise, it's just me and the boys.
Yeah, that shirt does not scream authority.
You don't know where the shirt's from, do you?
No.
Dave Parker, rest in peace, the Cobra.
What are you even talking about?
Okay. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this story. Happened earlier this week. A 30-year-old man was arrested after he made a bomb threat against a government building. He walked into the building, made this threat. Police say he was carrying a vest and a bag that looked like he had a bomb. Police were able to get him into custody after talking to him. They brought in the bomb squad from Monroe County to look at this thing. When they x-rayed it, they discovered the bag was full of wires, batteries, and WD-40. Not a bomb, but he's been arrested for all these things.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice. But, I mean, those people in this building had to believe that this might be it.
Yeah.
And there's nothing you can do. The guy with the bomb's got all the power. 252 WCMF. We got Instagram messages coming in. We'll get to that in just a second. But Chris is on CMF. Hey, Chris, how are you, brother?
Good. How are you?
Good, man.
Good. Listen, I have to agree with Kimmy. You're going on the assumption that this person even wants to have a dialogue. But what comes to mind was years ago, just before we got Bin Laden, the CIA was working on this Jordanian doctor to get to Bin Laden, and they allowed him into this fortified camp in Afghanistan, Camp Chapman, and he got in there. And as soon as he got out of the car, he blew himself up and killed about 10 CIA people. But yeah, I mean, those people, when you're talking fanatical people, they're
Well, but we don't know this guy's fanatical in this story here too. Don't you kind of prove my point? If he's standing there with the bomb on, saying I have a bomb, it means that I have the ability to talk to somebody. Not he got out of the car or walked to the building immediately and blew himself up.
Good point. Good point. I don't know too much about the story that started this whole conversation. So.
All right. Well, Chris, thanks for calling anyway. Great call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Hey, I don't know what you're talking about, but I got this great, horrific anecdote that I'd like to share with you.
By the way, this happens in every conversation.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing? Why would you call?
Answer phones for a day. This is the kind of stories you get.
Why would you call? Hey, I don't know what you're talking about.
I saw this thing on the History Channel.
Could you imagine, like, you're at Wegmans.
Yeah.
You see two strangers
This
talking.
is why you don't spark a conversation with a guy in a vest.
No, good call. But like you're awake when you see two people talking. You hear somebody say like animal crackers. You know, when I was a kid, I watched a guy choke on animal
Maybe that's
crackers.
the guy you want to have go talk to him.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I saw this thing the other day with Bin Laden.
Adam writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. He says, my dad was a hostage negotiator for a sheriff's office.
Damn.
Never won an argument with him growing up. That's got to suck.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You can't win.
Somebody that has that kind of expertise.
Yes.
And like, what's what I'm looking for? Knowledge of the human psyche.
Yeah. They're just constantly de-escalating the situation or looking for ways to. So even though you're mad, you can't even be mad.
Yeah, exactly. Right? They're going to
You
figure out.
bring up some good points, so I'm going to go upstairs and think about this.
I don't know. I mean, like, I guess we're getting a lot of people writing us on Instagram.
What's that?
Saying, just run. And maybe that is the best move.
Well, okay, but how fast and for how long, man? If I'm in a room like this and there's a guy, where am I going?
Well, but let's talk about that. Okay, you say that negotiation is not an option.
No.
You don't feel comfortable doing that. You're not going to be able to disarm this bomb, obviously. You're not Bruce Willis or any other star of an 80s movie. Maybe the smartest thing to do is as soon as he makes that threat, just take off running as hard as you can. Maybe that gives you the best chance.
But does that cause panic, though, which could lead to a more rash decision on that person's part?
Yeah.
Very possible. But I ask you for a better idea.
Get behind something to save your ass?
Okay, but again, I don't know.
Get low to the ground? I don't know. You know what you're supposed to do for blast.
But here's the thing. You don't even know how big this blast would be.
That's what I'm saying.
And I don't know what's blast proof. Like, we have soundproof doors.
Well, it's soundproof, yeah.
Okay, but I'm saying, would that protect me enough to not die?
The glass with those walls, not so much. They just look like fabric.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, you're dead.
There's walls behind the fabric, idiot. That's soundproofing.
I don't know what's back. You don't know what's back there.
I'm looking at the wood, stupid.
Wood ain't stopping no blast.
Wood ain't stopping no blast.
Now you're going to be full of wood.
We'd be screwed.
Much like your mom. That's how you do it. Set up, punch. Write it down.
We have glass, wood, and
electronics,
brick. You name what can.
Yeah,
hurt
everything
you.
in here is shrapnel.
No, I
Put
understand.
your stupid head.
So then, why are you arguing against running as hard as you
Because
can?
you're not gonna outrun a bomb, man.
You just say.
All right, give me a 10-second jump on it.
Again, he has not hit the button yet.
Yeah.
So there is a chance.
There ain't no chance.
Okay, so you're just gonna stand there and die.
It's over.
Look, everybody listening is fine with you doing that.
Sometimes it's just over, man.
Okay, but like here's the thing.
It's checkmate time.
Getting hit by a bus, sometimes it's just over.
Wow.
Cancer taking you down, sometimes it's just over. Nobody believes they're going to die in a government building with a man that says, I have a bomb. That is not even in the top 1,000 ways you think you're going to die. So no, man, the instinct of survival is going to cause me to do something. I don't know if it's the right thing, but I'm not just standing there like you, okay.
Because I think we both end up the same way.
Blowed up.
Yeah, blowed up good.
All right, well, you keep standing there. I'm going to run, and I think I got a better statistical chance of getting out versus your 0. Like your IQ, buddy, 0. Why does it look like you're J.O.ing somebody when you do that?
Well, for you, it'd be like that. But yeah.
Okay.
Because you got a skinny weenie.
Well, you're J.O.ing me.
Well, we're friends.
You want to talk about a bomb going off? Let's take a break.
Don't invite me to your next party.
This band was all done. They were given a farewell.
The band.
And that was the end of it. And it turns out this massive thing that happened with this band, they have decided they're going to keep going.
Okay.
But there's a catch.
Yeah.
Because no one that you recognize is a member of this band anymore.
So how does it keep going?
Well, that's just it. There are exceptions because this band, which is famous for arguably our greatest musician in Rochester history, will be performing with him every once in a while.
Oh, all right.
It's a very confusing story. But we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. This was going to be the end, and it was the perfect ending.
Okay.
Right? You had an aging band that couldn't quite do it anymore.
Yeah.
They were finally getting the recognition that they deserved. It was a way to go off into the sunset.
Okay.
Yet, as often happens when bands get this kind of recognition, they've gotten a shot in the arm.
Oh.
And because of that, they've decided to push forward, despite the fact that when you go and see them, you're not seeing anyone you know.
So, nobody.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump into it. Rochester's favorite son.
Yep.
An international recording sensation, Foreigner. You're on your road. We have to sing because the people on the stream can't hear us. And then the people that listen to the podcast, they don't get the song.
Oh. They get
Oh, wrong part. Sorry. Okay, Foreigner.
Yeah.
Are currently on their farewell tour. And it was a perfect way to end an unbelievable run for this band.
Yeah.
Right? They had years and years of album sales that was far higher than we thought. Remember, we talked about this, right? They got into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame last year after 3 decades of being eligible. And this was going to be the end.
Yeah.
Well, it turns out it's not.
They're not going to wrap it up.
Foreigner has announced that its historic farewell tour is not actually a farewell tour.
It continues.
And they're going to keep going.
Why?
So lead singer Lou Gramm, original lead singer Lou Gramm, has been doing special appearances with the band, singing certain songs on stage while they've been on tour. He was in South America with them. Kelly Hansen, that happened because Kelly Hansen, the man who has been the front man for the band for the last 20 years, couldn't leave the country for some reason.
Yeah.
Reasons we still don't know. Kelly Hansen has announced he is retiring as their lead singer.
Wait, the guy who's filling in for the guy who's retiring is retiring.
Yes, so that means...
Okay, you were so done.
Band member Luis Maladano will be taking on lead vocals. What makes him special? Apparently they are very big in Spanish-speaking countries, Foreigner.
Ooh.
He speaks Spanish.
Right.
So he sings some Foreigner songs in Spanish while he's on stage. So you're right. This will be the 3rd lead singer, I believe, that Foreigner has had.
So now it's just a cover band.
It actually is, because there is not a single original member of the band. Lou Gramm is not a permanent...
Nobody's involved.
Yeah, Lou Gramm is not a permanent member. He will be, at least according to speculation, appearing at some shows.
I mean, but he's going to run out of gas at some point.
And Mick Jones, co-founding guitarist, he is still technically a part of the band, but no longer performs with them due to his Parkinson's disease. So the current lineup, Maladano, the guy we just brought up, Pilsen, Michael Bluestein, Bruce Watson, and Chris Frazier.
Yeah.
That is your Foreigner that will be touring and continuing the tour. You don't like this?
No. I mean, go see it, but I mean, what's the point?
No, I'd go see it, but I wouldn't.
But is this so Mick Jones can collect a check?
I mean, I would also assume the guy's
he's
playing.
He's got a cut.
But I would also assume the guys playing in the band want to keep doing this.
Oh, I get it, but like, you're not seeing Foreigner. You're not seeing anything of Foreigner.
There are several bands that tour now that don't have any of the original members.
Yeah. Which is not the band.
But they played with the original members. Some of them have been in the band for longer than the original members.
They're still the branch of the band. You're just not.
I mean, we're really watering this thing down, man.
All right, so you would not pay a dime to go see.
Not a thin dime of my hard-earned money.
252 WCMF.
This is Maladona guy.
252-9263. You know, I do wonder if Lou gets a cut. I mean, he probably doesn't get a road cut.
No, it's not his band.
I understand.
Why did he get it?
Well, because, I mean, I don't know how royalties work when you're performing songs live, but he did write some of those, most of those songs, right?
He co-wrote a couple of them,
Exactly. So, like, I don't know if he gets paid every time they play those songs.
Oh, maybe.
Agreement. So it would help Lou. You don't want Lou to eat? Way to go.
Yeah, Lou looks like he's really struggling up there with his 10 hot rods in his mansion in Webster.
Maybe that's why he doesn't have any money left. He needs you to keep singing Rev on the Red Light in Spanish, for God's sakes. You don't want him to get that.
I would think he's just sick and tired of it, being old and having health issues. Like, why would you want to still put yourself through that?
Well, it kind of seems like a better way of doing it because he can kind of do it, it sounds like, when he feels up to it, which may give you a better show because he's not doing it every night. He gets to kind of
come on out tonight because he kind of wants to do it.
I think that a guy, and you know this, having been on stage, poorly, but having been on stage, right? Like, that itch to perform never goes away.
I understand, but sometimes, man, it just doesn't look good.
Okay.
It just doesn't. If you're struggling up there, why do it?
You're saying if you're struggling to like do your job, like
yes.
speak or make coherent points,
get out.
Are you kidding me right now?
Done.
Are you kidding me right now?
I am serious, man.
Get out of my effing
These
face.
Bottom feeding.
You hypocritical.
Hanging out too long.
You're on the Wheeze cover show.
Get out of your show.
I mean, you are describing yourself. You are describing
Yeah, but I'm
yourself.
broke, man. I'm not billionaire Lou.
Okay, Lou is not a billionaire.
I bet you he's closer to a Bill House.
I bet you he's not anywhere near a
I
billion.
bet you almost a billion. He's got a jet.
He does not have a jet.
The Big Lou. You never seen it land?
The Big Lou. Look, it makes sense that Foreigner is going to extend their farewell tour to forever.
Yeah, for a cash grab.
Well,
but I think you're going to see more and more bands do this. Like if they can continue to sell tickets with none of the original members, but it's still again like a branch of the original band. I think they're going to do it until they stop selling tickets, right? I mean, why not? Why leave that money there?
Here come the suckers.
There are people that are willing to see you.
Kiss is looking into, Kimmy, and ABBA went on tour as holograms.
Yeah.
Touring holograms.
This is what I mean. Don't you want to see like some new act?
Name one.
They're out there.
Who?
I heard that Britney Spears is pretty good.
How much new music do you consume?
None.
Nunzo?
So that's why.
Why listen to old jazz? I mean,
old jazz. You can't even say it without sounding like a dick. I listen to old jazz.
I bet you 90.
Oh, look, it's Sammy Saxophone.
I love Sammy Saxophone. I bet you.
Take Brubeck, take five. Jamie, old jazz. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I bet you 90% of the music on my phone, those people are dead. And have been dead for a long time.
Okay, but that's kind of the reason that these older bands can continue to tour and perform, because people still want to take in the stuff that the songs that they love.
Maroon 5's been around for 30 years.
Yeah, but they're still the band.
No, they're not.
Yeah, it's still the same.
Okay, but they're not good. I don't know.
That Daughtry's pretty good. Get a kid from Webster working out there.
But it's just funny how you're like, go see somebody new. I'm not going to see somebody new.
Well, I don't count. I'm an old fart.
Bro, anybody that wants to see Foreigner is either an old fart or someone that appreciates classic rock.
Yeah, but you're not getting it.
Here's the problem.
What?
And I love how you... Okay, again...
You're getting fake Lou number 3.
One of the worst songs from the late 90s.
Fake
Lou number 3. A little bit of Lou over here. Kelly Hansen's not in the band. Got a guy with Spanish singing the songs. No, you went back and said it's a cash grab. Bro, every band that's in the classic rock genre, when they go on tour, it's a cash grab.
I know.
You can't tell me... Look, I love the Stones.
Yeah.
You can't tell me...
But enough.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Done.
The Stones should keep touring as long as they can because they are an institution.
Yes.
But you can't tell me that mix like, I got to get out there because I need to get my creative juices flowing. I couldn't even hold on to the accent. Like every tour, they're sponsored by AARP.
Yeah,
it's all a cash grab.
I mean, some of these bands are iconic. Like the Stones.
Yeah.
Like the Beatles, like Zeppelin.
Yeah, you go to that Beatles tour, Kimmy?
But like those are the only bands that would rank historically. Foreigner is not a historic band.
Oh my God! Yes, they are.
They're not in the same category as the greats.
Well, okay, yeah, the Stones and the Beatles and Zeppelin.
Right. Those bands I would go see guys perform.
Wouldn't.
Yeah.
No, you wouldn't. You would not go to any of those shows because you've had several opportunities to go see the Stones.
Well, you remember what happened when I tried to go.
What was that?
You remember what I said?
Oh, we got too loud out there.
Super loud.
Yeah.
I really did, and I heard that it really made your ears hurt.
252 WCMF. Foreigner is announcing they are continuing past their farewell tour, but they're doing it with no original members of the band. Lou Gramm, it sounds like, will be making appearances along the way. Mick Jones, original guitarist, co-founder. Well, he's still in the band technically.
But he's not performing.
He is not performing due to Parkinson's disease. And Kelly Hansen, the man who was the lead singer for the last few decades, he has retired from the band. So band member Luis, I'm sorry, I lost it.
Caliente.
Luis Maladano.
Maladano. In my village, we sing Lou every night. We praise thee, Lou.
He will be taking over lead vocals. It makes sense this is happening because of the shot in the arm that every classic band gets when they are elected to the Rock and Roll Hall.
Okay.
We see every single band that gets this honor, they're...
Well, people are reminded of like their huge catalog of music.
Yes.
Well, can we make up a rule? Like just one simple rule.
What is that?
Okay, if you're the lead singer and you come out and you have to sit during the entire performance like on a bar stool, because you can't stand anymore, I think you're done.
I think you eliminate a lot of lead singers.
Not
all of them are old.
You paid to see B.B. King and
Sit.
Aretha Franklin, and they both sat.
And it was sad.
And
it was so sad
and
to
we
watch.
laughed hilariously at Thea Vidal. How
Yes.
dare you?
Yes, we did.
How dare you say these things?
I think that's a good rule.
I just watched James Taylor sit for 2 hours.
Well, he always sat. I mean, he's not a showman.
Okay, watch your mouth. He's a great storyteller.
Yeah.
I was engaged the whole time.
If you want to hear boring stories about the Adirondacks and the Berkshires.
No, if I want to do that, I'll come in and do the show with you every day.
The Adirondacks and the Berkshires.
You know, I remember I was on the road. I saw the Berkshires. I'm sorry I did the hands on the line.
I was knobbing people in the Berkshires?
Yeah, how do you think it's an expensive place to be? Needed gas money. No, I mean, you're so stupid. Okay,
Why?
Again, I went and saw James Taylor on Sunday at CMAC, right? That man is 77 years old. The show was phenomenal.
But he doesn't put on a show.
No, he does put on a show. And his band members, who are anonymous, except for Lou Marini, who was playing the saxophone for Blues Brothers, that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
They're anonymous, but they're unbelievably good musicians. And to be able to take in all of that was worth it. And I would argue if you love these songs and you have continued to follow this band to the point where you...
Spanish Lou.
What's wrong with Spanish Lou?
It just doesn't sound right.
Spanish Lou.
Yeah.
Lou Graham could be Spanish. Grammatico could be Spanish.
Well,
we
he's
don't know.
Italian.
Well, how do you know? Have you ever asked him?
Oh, I know he's Italian.
How do you know? You're just assuming because his last name's Grammatico.
Yeah.
That could be Spanish.
I doubt it.
In his village of Gates Chile. All right, so.
Yeah, enjoy your summer.
Well, look, they are coming to Syracuse coming up soon, and it is rumored that Lou will be there, but there is nothing confirmed yet. I mean, I hope he is. It gives him.
Well, man, if he don't do Syracuse, he's out. Jesus, what is that? An hour driving your hot rod? You can't even do that show. But you're goddamn in Buenos Aires singing with Spanish Lou and the Conquistadors.
Is that you dancing? Please stop.
No, let him go.
That's my Spanish dancing.
Let him go. He's going to throw a hip out, and he'll be done.
Well, you are in your dancing outfit today.
Man sitting says you shouldn't be able to sit and do a show on a tribute show to Brother Wheeze as a man who stayed far too long. All right,
we're going to get Spanish Wheeze at some point.
I think you got it now. He's South.
Oh, he is.
All right, let's take a break. Independence is interesting.
Okay.
Because you want to be an independent person, but you also want someone in your life that cares enough about you where they want to take care of things for you. And it's a delicate balance, especially for men. And eventually, every single married man loses that battle.
Yeah.
To the point where you wake up one day and you think, what the hell happened?
It's all gone.
This is something that I would like to do on my own.
Okay.
In fact, there are laws that exist to ensure that this is something I am allowed to do on my own. But my wife has told me no.
Oh.
We are now apparently making a date out of this not date thing. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WC. For better or for worse,
Yeah.
in sickness and in health,
Mhm.
for as long as you both shall live. The sickness and health part, some of you ladies take very seriously.
Okay.
Because a trip to the doctor is a very personal experience.
Oh, yeah.
That is, unless your wife or your girlfriend has decided, now she is also a part of it. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but we do have something to give you.
All right, let's get it.
Adam Sandler is coming to Buffalo, the KeyBank Center, September 21st, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. We will have those tickets for you to give you in just a little while.
Okay.
Don't call right now. Do not call right now. But when we tell you in just a little while, wink, you call us, and we'll get you those Adam Sandler tickets to see him in Buffalo. Daniel, damn it. It's the same guy. It's the same effing guy. Daniel, if I didn't do it at the beginning of the break yesterday, why would I not do it today? We have caller ID. I can see you, dicks. Not now. Is that Virginia? Was that a Virginia trying to get in? All right, just sit tight, and we'll get you those tickets in just a little while here in the break room on CMS. So I got a doctor's appointment next week.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So my wife actually told me I have a doctor's appointment, but she didn't say it like that.
How did she say it?
Well, she came to me yesterday, and she was like, we have a doctor's appointment next week. And I was like, what?
Oh.
Apparently, my wife has started booking my doctor's appointments together.
Why do they want to come?
So it's her appointment and your appointment?
We have back-to-back appointments.
Okay. So she's also going for herself.
She's going for herself. I'm assuming I won't be a part of that.
Okay. Man, that's amazing she made that work.
Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing?
No.
No, it's not.
No.
So when my doctor's appointment happens, I'm assuming that she will want to either be in the room or
She's
be in
gonna
there.
swing by?
Yeah, after to talk to the doctor. And here's the thing. She just told me it was happening.
Mm-hmm.
She wasn't like, do you think this is a good idea?
Yeah.
Or, hey, are you comfortable if? She was more like, hey, this is now scheduled, and we're going together.
Yes.
And I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I don't love this.
I would hate it.
And I told her I don't love it.
And it has nothing to do with the marriage. You know, there's like no fly zones, man. This is one of them.
Right? Like, there is nothing more private than a doctor's
Right.
appointment.
I don't want my wife standing there while I'm getting my brown pounded for prostate cancer.
But then what about when you go to the doctor?
Well, that's a different story.
Talk about a brown pound?
Oh, I get a brown pound.
The old pounded of the brown.
I earned a second finger. This one right here. See it?
We got it.
So when I told my wife, I don't love this idea, she responded by saying, too bad.
Well, it's too late now. She already booked it.
It's done.
Locked in.
Yes, it's done. Like it wasn't even a consideration. She wasn't even like, oh, well, let's talk about it. She was like, okay, too bad. And that was it. And that also bothers me a little bit.
Yeah.
Because when it comes to a doctor's appointment, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263, it's the most vulnerable you will be as a person.
Oh, yeah. As a man, for sure.
Right? Even after, when you're talking about what is good and what is bad, it's not like you're having a good time doing that. Why would I want my wife to be a part of that? And I get that big-time appointments, like things like pregnancy, or you have a test that could
I
have
was going to say, like, there are certain, like, maybe specialty doctors that you're going to go see where you may want somebody there.
When you have a
holding your
major
hand through
problem.
it.
Sure,
Yeah.
absolutely. That I
Okay.
get. And my wife has been in some of those appointments with me. But for like a regular-ass
just
A
your
general
your
practitioner,
annual
yeah,
checkup.
exactly.
'Cause
Exactly.
I know my wife's going to ask questions that don't need to be asked.
Oh, my God, it's infuriating.
Right?
Yes.
And why don't say that? Because we're just going to get stuck here longer, and he's going to give you some vague answer.
And, like, here's the thing that sucks. Like, with all due respect to your wife, she loves you. She wants to be there. I can't even be like, that. You shouldn't ask that because my wife's an effing doctor.
Yeah, you have no say.
You know what I mean? Like, what? And then, like, they'll start, like, talking because this happened before at other appointments I've been in where they'll start talking like I'm not even there.
Yeah, like a little kid.
Yeah, no, they talk to me like I'm a dog that's about to be adopted. Like,
Is that more of like a mom thing though? Because
you don't want to do this for your husband?
well, no, I'm just thinking like as a mom, like you're used to attending your kids' appointments, like you're there asking questions for them, like you want to be in on all the information. So maybe that kind of, you know, when your kids are older and don't really need you to do that anymore, maybe you still feel the need to like take care of everybody and you want to be there to make sure you're also getting the information.
That's a valid point. Valid point. I would counter that by saying, I'm a 39-year-old man.
Yes.
I'm not a child.
And I'm aware of the bad things that I do, and I'm aware of the good things that I do. I got it. I don't need you to say anything.
But she may want to be there not so much to ask questions, but to get the information. So it's more of like an instinct that I need to take care of you, and I want to make sure I'm armed with the information
control,
to do
bro.
it.
I'm with Tommy.
It's total control.
Man.
This guy over here, I'm paying him to keep me alive.
Yeah.
He's got it.
But maybe she doesn't trust that you're going to hear the right information, because we do know
that's my business.
Sometimes Willie Hood.
It's my body, my business.
10 years ago, Kimmy, that argument would be valid. Now they have like that My Chart thing where the doctor puts all the notes in.
And it's instant. Like you almost get it before you get home.
There you go. So if my wife wanted to, which she always does, by the way, whenever I had a doctor's appointment previous to this, she like sits me down across from her like it's a bad guidance counselor meeting.
Is.
And then she goes down all this stuff on my Chart. This and that and this and that and this and that. And I have no say. I'm a 39-year-old man.
Here's the best thing about My Chart. My wife and I don't understand 99% of it, but she'll go, "Oh, that looks high. Maybe that's good." I don't know. Like, it's a long explanation. I have no idea what we're looking at. You should have that looked at. Well, he would call. I said, if this was bad, he'd call you. He said, hey, you got to come back in because you're going to die in about 10 minutes. I just saw that number. It's terrible.
It's not even worth coming back in. Hey, thanks for everything.
Yeah, you got the death number, man.
Instagram messages coming in. Mark writes us, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. Maybe your wife wants to make sure the poison is working properly. So with the knowledge I have now, my wife just telling me this week that next week we have a joint date doctor's appointment. Do women do this because they think we can't take care of ourselves? Is that what this is?
No. They just want to run everything.
I think it's kind of more about being in on the information.
Yeah.
And not hearing it from you afterwards and thinking you may be like either stretching the truth or lying about it, or maybe you didn't hear it right.
Okay, but
could come from that.
My wife also told me she likes to be there for my doctor's appointment, like enjoys it. And I've never had that thought. Like there would be no joy for me going to my wife's doctor's appointment, right? Yeah. Like I trust her because she's a grown-ass person to handle her business.
Right.
Right? Like.
But you've also had a lot of health issues.
Understood. Like
that maybe, I don't know, like your wife may want to, again, hear that information from the doctor, make sure the doctor knows everything she knows about your health issues.
Okay. Again, because I've gone.
And she's also a doctor, so she may want to hear the doctor's theories on things because she finds it interesting.
I'm not a Netflix show. I'm just a person trying to go to the effing doctor.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And you don't come to the dentist, right?
She would probably try and come.
Nah, she has no interest in me watching my tooth get drilled or going to the eye doctor. No.
All right, so let's talk about that. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. With my wife informing me this week that she is coming to my doctor's appointment because we have a doctor's date appointment, back-to-back appointments. Are there other personal things your partner can decide just all of a sudden they're a part of?
They're in. They're all in.
All right, can your partner demand they are part of every financial interaction?
Well, that affects them directly, so that one I could see.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you both contribute
right.
to that financial situation.
Yeah, I would say that one you would have to.
What if you have your own account?
You're still.
I think you're probably tied to each other that way.
Okay,
I'm not crazy about it, but yeah.
What about stuff with your job?
No.
She wants to be a public.
No.
Not. That's your own independent space.
Yeah, because you don't know what you're talking about.
So you're going to make all decisions at your job that you feel, unless you want to include her, you can make those on your own.
Yes.
Kimmy, would you feel the same way?
Yeah, I mean, you know your job better than if you both have your own separate thing going on, they don't know what happens day to day.
All right,
let's say I wanted to quit or
Yeah, let's use Kimmy's husband as
I was going to say I only know what he tells me. I don't know. I don't go there every day. I don't know what his daily schedule is.
All right, so Kimmy's all pro. Everybody's together on this, whatever. I'll get together. All right, so Kimmy.
I don't want to do any of this, by the way.
You somehow sound worse than I do when you say that out loud.
I do not. I don't want to be a part of any of those private decisions.
Okay, so you said you do not want to be a part of your husband's job decision.
No.
So let's say today he comes home.
Yeah.
And he goes, I got in a huge argument with my boss.
Yeah.
And I threw a helmet at him.
Okay.
Fire helmet. Yeah. Stuck in his knee because the top part's really pointy.
I would probably think you may be in some trouble here.
I've quit my job. I don't want to do it anymore.
Well, I mean, if you quit, I have no say, and you already quit. So.
You wouldn't be upset with him quitting without consulting you?
No, because what am I going to say? You already did it. I don't have advice for that situation.
All right, let's say
I wouldn't know what to tell you what to do in that situation. So if we're going to have discussion after, like, hey, what's your next plan? What are you going to do next? But if he's somebody that made that decision in the moment, we're going to have to roll with it.
Okay.
So I'm saying, like, I think it would be different if he came home and goes, listen, man, I don't like doing this anymore. Okay. I don't like the guy. I'm quitting.
Not asking the straight up,
right,
I'm going to
quitting.
quit.
I think that's the question.
Okay, that's a good point. All right, so he's going to quit. He has decided
I'm done.
Quit, but he hasn't
I don't like
yet.
this guy. I'm out.
Do you want to be included in that conversation?
I want to know. Yeah, I want to have a conversation about it, but I'm not.
Give me a beer, woman.
But I'm not going to tell him what to do.
Okay.
Again, like that's if he's only going to be more miserable if he stays in a situation he's not happy in.
Okay, fair enough. Now, I've noticed something.
What's that?
And if I'm wrong, I want you to tell me straight away.
Oh,
just jump in.
Well, yeah, I'll let you know, buddy.
When it comes to independence, because don't get me wrong, there is a comfort in knowing that my wife loves me, and cares about me, and wants to do all these things. Because when it comes to like independence, this is not the only thing she is like sticking herself in.
Yeah.
In fact, I have started to see, I've come to the conclusion that from the moment I met my wife, she has been slowly chipping away at every independent thing that I have done.
Yeah, that's the plan.
But here's the thing, man. Like, back in the day, we were very, very, very independent men.
Well, yeah, nobody wanted us.
But I'm saying we had to do everything ourselves, right? Like we were traveling alone. I was a kid doing this stuff, all these things. Now, it wasn't going great, but it was happening. Like I knew how to be a human being.
Yeah.
And from the moment my wife met me,
who was also a very independent person.
Agreed.
Who also did all those things.
But
went to medical school.
I'm not saying she didn't. What I'm saying is,
fixed your credit.
Under the guise, under the guise of I love you, she started taking independent things away from me. And in the beginning, hold on.
Okay, all right, go.
In the beginning, it was great.
Yeah.
It's gotten to the point now where I don't know how to do anything for myself anymore. I'll give you an example.
Okay.
Every morning for breakfast, I used to make myself 2 hard-boiled eggs.
Yeah.
And I would
pretty easy.
I would cook those dozen eggs before the week started. I would eat the pair, and then every Sunday night, more eggs. My wife, a couple years ago, decided she was worried about my cholesterol.
All right.
So I'm not allowed to eat eggs anymore, but that's okay because she'll make me a fruit salad every day. And now she insists on making the fruit salad. So I don't eat
eggs,
period, in the morning unless my wife now prepares my breakfast, which sounds awesome. Unless you're someone who has been very independent your whole life and taking care of this
and
stuff.
enjoy eggs.
And there's nights, yes, I also miss the eggs, but there are nights where my wife will fall asleep and forget, and I wake up and I'll open the fridge and I got no breakfast. And it's like, hey, I remember a time where I would be able to do this on my own.
Yes.
Now I'm like a guy with no hands walking around.
So you're saying you forgot how to cut up fruit?
Kimmy, yes.
We ain't got time.
I forgot how to do all of these things because my wife took it off my plate, and I was like, oh, this is romantic. And then one day you wake up and you're just like walking into walls because she sees for you. It's very strange.
Yeah. So then the other thing that women do is they give you new tasks that they don't want to do anymore.
Yeah. Like, when somebody moves into their house for free.
Nobody's talking to Kimmy right now.
I can't hear.
Nobody's having a Kimmy
I'm
discussion.
Just saying, like, maybe she felt like maybe you should start pulling your weight around here.
I do a lot.
As you should.
I'm picking up dog crap twigs, rolling out the garbage, doing this, doing that. My wife hasn't touched
that, a little bit of this.
My wife hasn't touched the trash since she met me.
Well, that's not true. She put her arms around you when you got home from work yesterday.
Okay, other than that.
Can I just point out?
I mean, you kind of form your own roles in the house.
No, they
right?
they dictate what roles.
It's weird how I got all the grimy ones. Stink bug detail.
You have to admit that women are in charge of what roles get put on what people.
My wife will not turn on any gas outlet at all.
Yeah, okay.
I have to do it so I can die in a flaming death.
I get that,
or we can have dinner.
Everything you're saying sounds like it makes sense to me.
Oh, so funny.
Why'd you burn to death, Tommy?
Team woman. What a terribly insensitive thing
you just
to say
blow up
to my friend.
My wife made my life better, and I hate it.
You're missing the point.
She gets the point. She don't want to admit.
No, it's just funny that the woman.
My wife cut up my food. Now I don't know how to do it anymore.
It's true. It's
true. Have breakfast.
Don't laugh at her. We're on the same team. Same team. Stay strong.
Very good set.
I miss my eggs.
I do miss my eggs. 252 WCMF. This conversation started because yesterday my wife alerted me earlier this week that we have a couples doctor's appointment. She didn't ask if I wanted to do that. she said, we're doing it. And when I said, I don't know if that is something I want to do, she told me, too bad.
Yeah.
You want the ultimate irony in this whole thing.
Whatever.
So my oldest now, she'll be turning 15 in a couple weeks.
Yeah.
Okay. She is now able to go into the doctor without mom and dad. Kimmy, you remember when that happened when you were a teenager, right?
Gosh. Yeah, I guess you're right. There was one day where they just weren't there in there with you anymore.
So my wife believes it's important for my daughter, my oldest daughter, to feel that she can say whatever she wants to the doctor without us being in there.
Independence.
Yeah, I get that.
So she insists that my 14-year-old go into the doctor alone. I'm 39.
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to go to the doctor alone.
No, but
my teenage daughter gets her own doctor thing, doctor party, table of one.
Yeah. Nothing.
Well,
but
but
I mean, she wants to raise an independent daughter, and one day she can marry a fella and take his independence away. That's good training.
You even said, what's the point as an adult? You had to be independent.
No,
Everybody has to do that at some point.
I am not arguing against my daughter being alone. Like, I want my daughter to go have that too. I just find it funny that my wife's
You
like,
ain't getting it.
Yeah, of course she has to go in by herself. We want her to be independent. You're 39. I'm coming in.
Yep.
I don't want you to. Too bad. Too bad. My teenage daughter has more freedom in my life, in my house, than I do as a grown-ass man.
Right.
And there's nothing we can do because she can't hear me.
No.
So I just bitch about
stop
it.
cutting up your fruit, and then what are you going to do, starve?
You think you're so funny? You think you got somebody, you think you got laughs? By the way, it's our anniversary today, too.
It is? Today's your anniversary?
15 years.
Oh, my. It's been 15 years,
I know, man. I know.
Oh, yeah, I had the flip camera.
Yeah, hiding in the bushes, filming a pregnant woman getting married in a park in Chilai.
Well, it seems inappropriate to wish you a happy anniversary now.
Why? She's nailing it according to you.
I think so, but not according to this conversation.
No, look, I love my wife.
Every marriage has little glitches.
I love people like this, too. Like, you judge me for telling this story. By the way, this is how I feel. You can't tell me how I should and shouldn't feel.
I wasn't.
You kind of are. Got to tell me I'm being a puss. Got to tell me I'm being a bitch. I feel this way.
I'm not dictating how you feel. I'm just telling you you're wrong.
I just find it funny because I do, like, when I tell stories about my wife and family, right, people will, like, write me and light me up. Your wife is wonderful, and she is.
Yeah.
Because if I got on this show every day and was like, let me tell you how great my family is, how wonderful my wife is, you would hate me even more. Nobody wants to hear how great someone else's family is.
Yeah,
True.
and it's BS anyway, man.
Would it also bother you?
It is.
So your wife's not great.
No, but everything can't be perfect, you know?
Hey, look at him trying to spin out of this.
But for the most part, it is.
Turn into the spin!
It's beautiful chaos. Would it bother you more, though, if she didn't care at all? Like if she let you have your stuff and she just wasn't interested in any of it. She didn't even ask you follow-up questions.
I'll be honest with you. I wouldn't notice it just based on how I was raised. I mean, I think that's most men. I don't think it would have even
registered.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, if it started out that way,
yeah,
it wouldn't bother me at all.
Yeah, you're right. If tomorrow all of a sudden she started asking questions, stopped asking questions, yes. Now alarm bells.
But I wouldn't look for that in a woman. Like, well, she didn't care about me. She didn't ask about my colonoscopy.
It's a colonoscopy. It's one of the dirtiest fish in the ocean.
I'm still in the middle of it.
A colon octopus.
They kind of look like it.
Well, no, is that your fantasy? 8 tentacles at the same time? Dr. Colon Octopus. Adam Sandler's coming to the KeyBank Center in Buffalo September 21st, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com, but if you call us, 252-WCMF, we'll take the 8th caller. You are the proud new owner of a pair of tickets to see Adam Sandler. If you are married, she gets to decide if she wants to go with you.
Yes.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We'll take the 8th caller. Good luck. Adam Sandler tickets, 8th caller from your friends here on CMF. You want to stop? Remember, we were talking about how people that were having night terrors were actually statistically dying younger?
Right.
We have kind of a follow-up to that story because these two studies are not connected.
Oh.
But it turns out that if you are eating this before you are going to bed, these scientists say you're going to have nightmares.
Oh, so lay off?
You laughed out loud when you saw this. But I don't know why, because you don't have any scientific data to dispute it.
I mean, it was just an odd thing. I wouldn't have made that connection.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. You got to watch what you put in your body.
Oh, yeah.
And even depending on the time of day or night, you should be aware of what's going in, because this new study suggests that eating this before bed is leading to an unpleasant sleeping experience.
I didn't know people ate this before bed. Like this particular thing.
You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. So last week we shared with you a story that was a little bit alarming.
Yeah.
The largest predictor of early death, according to a recent study, wasn't obesity, it wasn't smoking, it wasn't anything like that.
Yeah.
It was folks who had night terrors,
Yeah.
bad, really, really, really bad dreams. And in that discussion, we had asked, is there anything you can do about it?
Yeah.
And we kind of theorized, maybe go to a psychologist, right, whatever. We didn't know. Well, it turns out there may be something you can actually do.
Okay.
A separate study that just showed up in the journal Frontiers in Psychology, which we read on a regular basis,
love that.
Suggests that eating cheese before bed can cause nightmares.
How many people are
cheese?
Dairy.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say.
But who's pounding cheese or dairy before bed?
Well, your mother's cheese always got pounded before she went to bed. Pounded that cheese.
I know what it sounds
like. Sounds
like.
like a block of cheese. Some of that Gouda.
I always thought like it was you were supposed to drink warm milk before bed, but that was like something that was supposed to help you sleep.
Like soothe you.
Are you basing that on like an article in Harper's Bazaar in 1894?
It was always in movies.
Like it was something
and stuff.
about warm milk, like or a warm beverage.
Anytime I saw someone drink warm milk before bed, Kimmy, they always had like a starched cap and a gown on. I don't
know anybody that actually did it, but I thought like that was something that's supposed to soothe you to sleep.
So no dairy before bed.
So, all right, so here's the study, and the folks that did this study admit that it may be flawed because they only used first-year psychiatry students. They haven't done a massive study, but they found that in the 1,000 participants, the more lactose intolerant you are, the larger the chance that eating or drinking dairy before bed will cause bad dreams.
Well, that makes sense if you're intolerant because you're already irritated from the dairy.
Here's the thing, though.
What?
It is believed that way more people than they know are actually lactose
They don't
intolerant.
even know it?
Yes, yeah.
They just think it hurts their tummy a little bit if they eat too much.
Exactly, or if you get gassy or whatever, that could actually be lactose intolerance. And they theorize that anxiety can come on based on your body trying to react to the lactose that you shouldn't have in your body, which, when you are going to sleep, can cause these nightmares. But they do tie, in this study, nightmares to dairy before bed. So stop eating your cheese before you go to sleep.
Lay out the cheese.
Is it weird to eat some like cheese and
I
crackers?
kind of thought it was
bed?
like a late night snack.
Well, if that was in regular rotation, though, like you're having night terrors all the time. What?
Night terrors.
We're talking snack queen here.
Oh,
Kimmy?
yeah. Queen snack.
I mean, like cheese and crackers is a go-to snack.
Will you eat cheese and crackers and go to bed though?
I would. I don't do it all the time, but I have.
Does it all the time.
Well, let's think of like the most common night cheese. One of my favorite Seeger tunes.
Night cheese. Eat that cheese night.
You're talking like a specific type of cheese?
Well, yeah. I mean, like, what would be the most likely type of cheese to show up?
I'm just thinking like those little cubes of cheese you can buy.
Okay, that still seems like a weird thing to eat right before you go.
That's what I'm saying, man.
I mean, I guess
you're saying like there are more like a type of cheese that fits bedtime.
Okay,
more?
let me give you an example. Like if I were to go out to dinner and then have like a midnight snack of fettuccine Alfredo right before I went to bed, that's me eating cheese.
Yeah,
right?
What about ice cream? Is ice cream considered a dairy?
Yeah.
Is that a
Like
serious
milk?
question?
No, I mean like a milk dairy.
Let me think. Does ice cream iced cream
right.
is ice cream dairy?
Yeah, dairy.
Are you a serious human being?
Yes, I am. All right, so that's got to be it. You're pounding ice cream before you go to bed.
Well, yes. I mean, they specifically use
I mean,
cheese.
that would be, but that's a logical thing to have before bed.
I love how cheese is out of the question, but you pounding ice cream before bed.
No, I'm kind of with him. Whenever I eat ice cream, it is right before I go to sleep.
Right. I mean, it's usually in the evening, a little something after dinner.
Yeah. Like if I'm not like out with the kids buying ice cream, I am housing some kind of.
So would that count into that study?
Yeah, it's got dairy in it.
But they don't say that. That's what they should put in there because it
Dairy,
makes
right?
it sound like it's cheese.
The headline is funny using cheese, but it clearly says if you would have read the article again, I
Nobody
don't know.
reads articles. I'm too tired.
How many like will eat your cheese and go to bed?
So you want specific foods listed,
Yes,
not just dairy. Dairy's too base for you.
because an egg is part of the dairy aisle. Can I have an egg?
I don't know, man. If it's part of dairy, why would you eat eggs before bed?
I don't know.
What egg would you eat before bed?
Pop a little, have a hard boiled egg before I go to bed.
What is wrong with you? What are you?
Well, you're over there eating Gouda in cubes.
You live in the Depression?
Sounds awesome.
All right, time to have my hard-boiled egg before I got to get up and swing a hammer all day.
But see, this makes sense for me that I sleep so well.
Why?
because I don't consume any of that stuff before I go to bed.
Okay.
You don't have like a go-to late night thing, like
yeah, it's called alcohol, and I sleep great.
Would hurt your sleep.
What's that?
It's amazing it doesn't.
Yeah, you're supposed to not be able to sleep well with alcohol, so maybe your body just again the lack of soul allows you to just pass out.
I'll take no soul, plenty of sleep all the time.
Yeah, till you get to the gates, man.
Yeah.
Daniel writes us, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us on Instagram. He says, lactose intolerant here. All work out at night, and sometimes we'll have chocolate milk before bed. Almost certainly we'll have weird dreams, not necessarily nightmares. All right, so Daniel's kind of backing this up. Strange dreams.
So he's working out pounded milk chocolate.
Chocolate milk.
Well, same thing.
No, it is two entirely different things.
Still thing. It's got milk in it.
Hey, Kimmy, describe milk chocolate to me.
Like milk chocolate is like a chocolate bar.
Okay,
describe
chocolate milk.
Milk in chocolate.
It's milk chocolate in liquid form.
How are you? No, milk chocolate in liquid form is melted milk chocolate.
But there's milk in chocolate.
All right, so in this discussion so far, you have asked out loud if ice cream has dairy in it, and then tried to say milk chocolate and chocolate milk are the same thing.
Yes.
You moron.
I don't know when it sleeps.
You're a professional broadcaster.
I have questions.
Okay.
He's not an ice cream guy, though, so maybe he really didn't know.
Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Ryan, not our Ryan, a different Ryan, asks us, were there any other foods that they found cause nightmares? I don't eat dairy, but I have a lot of nightmares, and I'm trying to figure out why. It doesn't say here in this study, although the study was done tracking different foods that could cause nightmares. It seems like, at least based on what we have in front of us, that,
cheese is the enemy.
Well, the lactose, anything with
lactose in it.
I remember, like, your mom always told you no sugar before bed because it would give you nightmares, but that was just to make sure you didn't eat sugar and keep you up all night.
I mean, I don't know if they use sugar, but then again, if you think about the stuff that has dairy in it, there's usually sugar in dairy.
Yeah.
Is there sugar in cheese?
Sugar and cheese.
Is there sugar in cheese?
No. Why would you put sugar?
How do you make
candy-coated cheese?
Oh.
They know cheese with sugar.
Yes, cheese contains sugar in the form of lactose.
Yeah.
So lactose itself is sugar.
Lactose is a natural sugar found in milk.
Okay, so there you go.
Which is used to make cheese.
So maybe that wasn't an old wives' tale. By the way, how are you? You could have waited until she answered the question.
I would have waited.
I don't know if all cheeses have sugar. But
well, if it's got lactose, then it's got
I
sugar.
don't know if are all cheeses.
This is why everybody sleeps so good in China.
Why is that?
Ain't no cheese in China.
There ain't no cheese in China. There ain't no cheese in China. Wait a minute. I didn't know that all lactose had milk or had sugar. Damn it, now you got me doing it.
Don't blame me for your stupid mouth.
No, because my brain is having to jump through hoops to even comprehend what is coming out of your stupid, ugly mouth.
I guess. Okay. It says real cheese has no added sugar.
What is real cheese? Oh.
Real cheese.
Okay, so we're talking like when you go buy those American slices.
Probably,
those aren't real cheese. They're a cheese product because they can't
fake
legally.
Cheese.
Well, they can't legally call it cheese because it's been processed, got like oil and stuff in it, right? Am I getting that right?
Oily cheese.
Which, by the way, tastes way better than actual cheese.
It does.
Oh.
Like if you make a grilled cheese sandwich with the fake cheese.
Well, it melts better.
Yep.
Yeah, and it just tastes better. Like I've had grilled cheese sandwich with like blocks of cheese. It's not as good. Can I make an admission? Can I admit something to you?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
My favorite cheese is cheese in a can.
Cheese whiz?
Wait, you like cheese in a can?
I love cheese in a
Why
can.
didn't you tell me, man?
Why is that?
I was just getting into the lacto game.
Lacto? Is that like lactose, you idiot?
Well, when you're in the biz.
No, he's a guy with only
The
9
lacto
toes.
game.
He's a guy with he's lacking a toe. He's like,
I'm in the lacto game.
You get 2 runs at it. You missed it twice. Really? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Well, I got a little business. I just opened up.
Where's that?
It's in the men's room.
What's it called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Old Time Cheese in the Can. Bend over and let me fill your can full of cheese.
I can appreciate you not trying to take a third run at
I
lactose.
was waiting for it.
I got in the lacto game.
Shut up. You're a grown person. You're a grown person.
Yeah.
No, I mean like cheese in a can, either Cheese Whiz. You brought
The
that
spray
up.
can.
No, I love that. Also, like liquid cheese, like in a can, you have to open up, like nacho cheese.
Oh.
You mean like in a jar?
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
or a can or a spray. Like those are my favorite cheeses. Like if I'm gonna put cheese on something and I had the option, I want my cheese in a can.
But that's kind of fake cheese too.
Yeah, it's. I don't even think
because it's runny.
100%. There's no way that is good for you.
It's got to have some chemical.
Flavored junk.
Yeah. No, I mean they are dyeing it a color to make it look like cheese without question. But that does it for me, man. Like if any cheese on it, I want that. I don't want
You want pourable cheese.
Yeah.
Right.
It's softer. It's more palatable. It like kicks you harder.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're not eating it straight up. You're eating it with something.
His
right?
finger.
Like, so you're just dunking
He's
your
fingered.
finger
He's
into
fingered
nacho
this cheese.
I mean, look, I won't pull out a can of cheese and just like eat the cheese, but I
Right, you've stuck your finger in.
I'd be lying if I said I hadn't either stuck my finger in a can of cheese and licked it, or if I hadn't sprayed the spray cheese right into my mouth.
Well, I've done that.
How many fingers? In your house growing up,
Yeah.
you had a jar of nacho cheese. How many fingers do you think have been in that cheese?
Oh, it was 3.
Listen, it's small.
Damn it. I was trying to get there.
Like, you ate cheese that your brother's fingers probably beat you to.
That was probably the most nutritious thing they had.
Oh, yeah. Ryan's got a full food group all over his hands at all times. We come back. We wrap it up. We tell you what we're doing tomorrow next to the break room on CMF. Hey, it's going to be Rapper
Ah, the old Hyundai Rapper.
for a Wednesday Break Room CMF that makes tomorrow a Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, we're going to bitch it up, buddy.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you just after 7 o'clock. Also just after 7, a gentleman wrote us a Facebook message. Look, every time we read Facebook message advice, which we did with that guy with the threesome situation last week, they all start pouring in again.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how many times we could say into a microphone, we are not therapists. And not only that, even for a normal person, we give terrible advice.
Yeah.
Yet it does not stop these from coming in. There is a gentleman. He is divorced, but it seems that he and his ex-wife get along well.
Okay.
They got kids together. And because of that, this man, his new girlfriend, his ex-wife, and her new husband were going to take a family vacation together.
Ah.
They were all going to go to Disney. But a change has happened in this man's life.
Mm.
And he now, despite the fact that the trip is paid for and the kids are excited, wants to know if it's possible to bail. And here's the thing.
Yeah.
It all has to do with pride.
Yeah.
And we'll get into that and a whole bunch more tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy?
Yep.
Team girl, you guys do what you want. I don't care about my husband, but you guys should. Awesome.
What do you want?
Great. What do you mean, what do I want to be an independent human being? That's what I want.
But you just made fun of me for letting my husband go to his appointments on his own.
Yeah, well, you're making fun of me for not wanting my wife to go to my
I'm
appointments.
just saying.
For Tommy Muley?
Yes.
Maybe you need more cheese in your life.
I think I do need more cheese. For Tommy Muley, who's got cheese galore at a kiosk in the men's room. My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.